But seriously, Man in Red, thank you very much for checking out the 5-pack of gift subs. And cheers to anybody who got those. But we are going to start up Longdeath. What year is it? Year 268. I'm going to go for year 270 today. That's kind of goal. Looks like some Star Trek disease. It does look like shingles does look like a weird disease that doesn't exist yet, which is why I definitely want to avoid it. But younger people still get shingles sometimes. It's a weird thing because like it's a free vaccine here too, but like they won't give it to younger people. And like my older sister got shingles at like 26, and it was brutal. Like I remember her like just it took her like 4 weeks for them to go away fully, and they kept coming back even after taking antibiotics and shit. And yeah, I just fuck that. Absolutely fuck that. Fuck all of that. It's one of those like, I don't know. Yeah, I don't know. Fuck that. So. No, shingles is potentially deadly if you are older, right? But if you're younger, it's not. Like if you're under 50 and you get shingles, you're fine, right? Yeah, I got my booster of that like 5 years ago, so I'm still good. If you get it when you're younger, it's fine. It just sucks. Miserable, but fine. Yes. But like, if a senior citizen gets it, it could be dangerous. So, yeah, I'm just not going anywhere near that. Not going anywhere near that. Absolutely not. Anyway, we have a bunch of unnamed merchants in the fort right now. If anybody would like one, give me a shout. We have 49 dwarves in the fort because of all of the unnamed merchants. The actual population is 31, which is good because we were down to 29 for a bit, but then we had 2 babies, so we've kind of recovered a little bit. Aside from that, we are in mid-spring, so we're at the beginning of year 268. The current named living dwarves are Pilot, Spitalier, the Scoid, Belug, Abe, Stone, Max, Vim, LaFonda, Goffer, Clay, Jack Nurick, Whitcode, Massive, Patchwork, Corvius, Suede, Defcom, Aquafunkalistic, Bootywap, Trees, Tiny Goliath, Ghost, Knowles, Kade, Taurus, Seeker, Blue Water, Cyrelec, Peter, Socks smell big number because Socks keeps requesting unnamed merchants. And then Caveman Crafting the second, Side Scoop the second, and Simplex, Evil Trick, and of course, Renbird. Hey, Nosferatu. Welcome back. Congrats on getting caught up in the sub bomb. Yes. You did died. You did indeed died. You died in a bar fight between you and a dwarf that I expelled. But how is your dear Stoney? How's she doing? Where is she? Why am I not seeing her? I know she's here. There she is. A little bit self-pity after being unable to practice the craft. You want to practice the craft. Can you has a reincarnate? You can has what do you call it? You can have a merchant. So most of these aren't super old, actually. Like 87 years old. Like a lot of these are gonna live for a while, which means they might be kind of hard to keep alive. Especially if they want to practice a martial art. So, but most of them are actually like pretty young. Can you be in the military? You can't be in the military if you're a merchant. Merchants are not allowed to join the military. So the only dwarves that I have that are available for names right now are merchants. Merchants are not permanent residents. They are requested as temporary laborers from neighboring hillixes, and they are not allowed to join the military. Is there a hunter for Costlord? Did you hear anything of what I just said, Costlord? So they are not allowed to join the military, period. They are not allowed to do like any faction-specific jobs. So if you want a temporary dwarf that'll probably get expelled at some point, you can have a merchant, but just keep in mind they are not actual citizens in the fortress. Oh, also Seeker's kind of depressed. I need to deal with that, though, which we've been working on. He's been getting better. And the reason the dwarves have been kind of depressed is because we punched through this. None of them are particularly old. Aquasar, that's the thing. None of them are particularly old. So the reason dwarves are kind of annoyed is because we punched through this. And the process of building this was kind of rough. And we had to dispose of dozens of bodies. More than that, even. We also had to crush a Forgotten Beast in that square, which is now dead, thankfully. But now we need to scout down to the next cavern lair, which is something that I'm planning on doing today. So we've dug down to here so far. The kind of spooky thing, I've already traded with those merchants. The kind of spooky thing is up in the top corner up here. There's actually a route down to here, which is another cavern lair. And I did see a Forgotten Beast running down there. Although this probably keeps going down for a bit. So I don't know how far that goes, but this cavern lair is connected to a lower cavern lair, which means that Forgotten Beasts that have been spawning in this cavern lair have been going down there for a long time and probably killing more shit. Also, something underground collapsed a couple of times during the last few streams, meaning there is something with fire in one of the even lower cavern lairs, which I can't see yet. So all of that is very fun. But yes, you could have a dwarf Costlord, and I could assign them to hunting tasks. I can do that, but they are not job specific. They all have 0 skills in everything, and they are not permanent residents. So with those 3 knowledge bits behind, and the fact that it is impossible for them to join the military, I literally can't assign them if I wanted to. I can do that. But I will try and find you one that is not old. I think this first one isn't old. This would be Costlord the second, right? Because you had a previous Costlord. Like, this one's 117. Yeah, you'll be fine. All right, do you have... You're not married to anybody, but you're close friends with Sidescoop. Sign you up anyway. All right. He is 117 years old, born on the 11th of Felsight in the year 151, and a worshipper of Shistak, which is the, this is Costlord, which actually should be Costlord the second. Which is the god of disease and death. Takes the form of a skeletal male dwarf, deity of our faction. His sideburns are clean-shaven, and his very long mustache is neatly combed. His very long beard is neatly combed, and his medium-length hair is neatly combed. His very long beard is neatly combed, and I read that twice. His cobalt eyes are close set, and his somewhat short nose is narrow. His sandy-topped skin is wrinkled, and his somewhat broad ears are slightly flattened. His hair is gray with some ecru. He personally sees life as unfair and doesn't mind it that way, and dreams of crafting a masterwork someday. Never feels discouraged and is completely closed-minded. Never changes his mind after forming the initial idea, and is in a consistent state of internal rage. He is not particularly interested in what others think of him, and he doesn't try to get things done perfectly. He isn't particularly isn't particularly curious about the world, and often is cheerful. He doesn't focus on material goods and is pleased by his own appearance and talents. Generally acts impartially and is rarely moved to mercy. His hands begin moving when he becomes exasperated, and he needs alcohol to get through the working day. And you wanted hunting? There you go. You get hunting. Nosferatu wanted a dwarf. find you someone who's married. Ooh. That'll do. You were in awe, remembering a completely sublime container. Nosferatu is exasperated dwelling upon being caught in a snowstorm and was angry after getting into an argument, but felt adoration after watching a performance. He is 104 years old, born on the 19th of Malachite in the year 164. He is broad and fat, and his long sideburns are neatly combed. Does anybody else want one of these merchants? Anybody? Just let me know if you would like one. His long mustache is neatly combed, and his very long beard is neatly combed. His hair is clean shaven, and his cobalt eyes have large irises. He has short ears are flattened, and his nose bridge is concave. His hair is a crew mixed with gray, and his skin is sandy taupe. His nose is somewhat short. He personally would as soon have nature and the great outdoors burned to ashes and converted into a great mining pit. Hates those who wield power over others and values sacrifice, and doesn't see the attainment of knowledge is important. Dreams of raising a family, and of course this dream was realized. Can you has Haas? How many dwarves have you had before Haas? Can you remember? I want to say you've had one before, but I honestly can't remember. If you haven't had one before, I can just give you Haas. He is a perfectionist and often finds himself changing his mind to agree with somebody else. He is incredibly brave in the face of looming danger, and perhaps is a bit foolhardily. He very rarely develops negative feelings towards things, and he is quite comfortable with others that have a different appearance or culture. He doesn't seek out excitement and doesn't handle stress well. He often tries to keep his things orderly, and he is quick to anger, moved by art and natural beauty. Okay, then I will just give you Hasaza. He doesn't often try to keep things ordered. Where was I? Anger and Lutar naturally is troubled by this since he dislikes the natural world. He isn't given to flights of fancy, and he has a calm demeanor. He has an active sense of humor and is not particularly interested in what others think of him. Needs alcohol to get through the working day. And I will give Nosferatu some jobs. You want to join the military, so we'll give you hunting. I'll also give you butchery and tanning, so you can butcher your hunts. And some crafting jobs. There you go. So next up is Hazaza. Do you have any preference in jobs or anything? Or age? Hazaza is annoyed when caught in the rain. But within the last season, felt enjoyment. Hold on a second. I'm just going to do a thing real quick, just so nobody else does. He felt enjoyment while performing and felt satisfied, remembering teaching bone setting. Huh. You like teaching. He is 93 years old, born on the 21st of Hematite in the year 175. He is corpulent, and his short sideburns are neatly combed. His long mustache is neatly combed, and his very long beard is braided. His medium-length hair is tied in a ponytail, and his eyebrows are incredibly high. His somewhat short ears are flattened, and his cobalt eyes have large irises. His head is somewhat short, and his hair is a crew with some gray, and his skin is sandy taupe. He personally believes that martial prowess defines good character of an individual, finds the pursuit of skill mastery off-putting, and doesn't really see the point in working hard, but dreams of crafting a masterwork. He is stubborn and slow to anger, and given to flights of fancy. He is quite quarrelsome, and is bothered by this since he values friendship. He doesn't handle stress well, and is very humble. He has a greedy streak and prefers everyone live as harmoniously as possible. Holds his breath in when he's nervous and needs alcohol to get through the working day. You like iron. Pig iron, specifically. I need to find a Haas. Where'd you go, Haas? Does anybody else want one of these temporary migrant workers? Just to get a name in the world. If not, then we can just kind of chill. From pig iron to bacon iron? I mean, who doesn't want to get that thick sliced pig iron to have bacon iron, you know? Who doesn't want that? Frankly, who doesn't want that? We're doing pretty good today. I've only lost 2 followers. I've also gained 2, so. Old graphical beings doing stuff? Well. Excited remembering performing. King, are you upset about something? You're very lonely. Well, I mean, you have a lover. Go get married, you weirdo. What'd you miss? Nothing? Well, I named some people. We have a bunch of merchants in the fort, so if anybody wants a merchant, I can name merchants. But Ghost, you still have a dwarf alive. In fact, believe it or not, you are a scholar, which is maybe a thing that you missed. You are a scholar who's anxious about the rain, but satisfied at work. And also, you have a lover named Candle Pixie who is dead. Sorry about that, but it's okay because you do worship the god of disease and death. And because your lover is dead, who was murdered by one Abe, who's still alive and around in the fort, did his 30 days in prison for murdering your lover. I'm sure you're totally fine with that, being that you worship the god of disease and death and all. And you're currently brewing drinks from fruit. Also, you're 75. Still short with a broad body. And Seeker is stumbling around obliviously, which is not too uncommon for Seeker. Seeker got kind of wrecked recently, which is unfortunate. Frankly, quite unfortunate. How's your dwarf? Dead for a while. Passed out. Dead for quite a long while. Died of old age, pretty happily. Yeah, you've been dead for about 15 years, I think. In-game, roughly. I always feel kind of bad telling people that. It's like, how's your dwarf? Dead? Cyrolac got kind of depressed for a bit and has been recovering. I mean, your dwarf was like 100 years old when you joined the fort, so. Also, I had a dwarf die in the fort of old age, and it took us like 3 months to find him. Which I kind of feel bad about. It took us so long to find that fucking dwarf. They were in a random ass mine shaft somewhere. And it took us quite some time to find them. I may actually start like sealing off parts of the fort. Just because it's like, oh, well, if like random dwarf dies, it's just gonna, because the fort is so big. Also, apparently a cat adopted Knowles. I got a couple kitties. Where did it go? I bought a couple kitties from the, also apparently I have a caged cat, which I should uncage. I bought a couple kitties, and a couple of them got given to us.
Crypt Calcium Crypt 7.
I hope that you're doing well, Peter. Hope you're enjoying the nice weather, or the hot weather, at least a little bit. Hope things are good. Let's release that kitty. I didn't realize I had another pet. I had another cat, so we released that. But yeah, we actually have like a cat that adopted a dwarf. But it's humid as fuck. I get you. That sucks. Hope it cools down sooner rather than later, you know? Sooner rather than later, I would hope. Also glad to hear you're well. Also, since we're here, Peter the Second is my messenger still, and is 116 years old. 116. Apparently, you're very muscular and tall and dense. Tall and obese, not dense. Muscular, tall, and obese. 116 already. I mean, you were born in the year 150. Too, and we're in 168, so. No, actually, I'm calling Peter fat. Not you, Voidlock. You don't have a dwarf. If you would like a dwarf, I could give you a dwarf, and then I could probably call you fat, if you would like. Fluffy, I think, is the term we like to use around here. Peter, fluffy. You're fluffy. You'd go for swole? I'm trying to make a swole pun. Would you like a dwarf, Voidlock? Because I have a bunch of merchants I could give you. I can't give you all of them, but I could give you a merchant. If you would like a merchant. Swole merchant. I cannot guarantee whether or not you are swole, but I will see what I can do. I think this will work. Also, weird description on this one. Voidlock. The amount of practice that goes into mastering a skill is so impressive. He is 115 years old, born on the 3rd of Malachite in the year 153, and also is a worshiper of the god of disease and death. His crinkly hair is incredibly straight, which is abnormal. His very long sideburns are braided. His very long mustache is neatly combed. His medium-length beard is neatly combed. His very long hair is tied in a ponytail, and his nose bridge is incredibly concave. He has a very deep voice, and his angular chin is cobalt. And he has an angular chin, and his cobalt eyes, his cobalt eyes are close set. His slightly flattened ears are broad. His sandy taupe skin is wrinkled, and his head is somewhat short. His hair is gray, mixed with a crow. He dreams of crafting a masterwork someday, and personally values loyalty and sacrifice, is sometimes cruel, and does not generally respond to emotional appeals. That sounds like a goblin. And doesn't cling tightly to ideas and is open to changing his mind. He is somewhat uncomfortable around those that appear unusual or live differently from himself, and it does not easily fall in love and rarely develops positive feelings. Also sounds like a goblin. Sometimes acts with little determination and confidence and could be considered rude. And he is trusting and has a greedy streak, doesn't often experience strong cravings or urges, and doesn't try to get things done perfectly. Laughs loudly when he's excited and needs alcohol to get through the working day. And, you said you want to be swole, yeah? Well, here's what I can do. I can give you all the hauling jobs. I can give you all the other jobs. I could give you a pump operating, not that I have pumps to operate. And I could give you furnace operating and weaponsmithing and armor smithing. I could give you dyeing, brewing, probably, and plant gathering and plant processing, because those are jobs I need done. And I lost you for a second there. Where'd you go? Shit. Lost you. Dying, yeah, as in, like, you know, the best of dying. And we'll give you masonry, because that's a job that often makes people swole. There you are. You can dye fabric. Also, investments are open if you want to invest your tickets. All right, so jobs for today are going to be a lot of just clearing up rocks, because this thing is super full of rocks. All the way down. All the way down, it's super full of rocks. Tons of, well, not mudstone, but schist, for sure. Rhinestone, a new podcast episode's up on the Patreon, and it'll go up on, I think I scheduled it for Friday. I need to actually go look. But podcast episode going up soon. Soon, TM. What are we ing about? Ryan, what's up? How's thing? Yeah, just missed. Next one's in 50 minutes, cutest. But grats, Aqua and Peter, for your good wins. What's up, B-Lug Attack? How's things? It's poor Dwarf. Poor Dwarf. With the frog tip, why won't it let you share your sub? What do you mean? Like, is there no notification, or is there too much text in the frog tip? Like, is the option to share your resub there, but it just won't let you share it? Oh, there you go. There you go.
Tip 2482:frog doesn't want to play those guessing games. Instead, select from one of 4 built-in puzzle and adventure games from the leisure section of Frog's main menu.
Frog doesn't want to play those guessing games, so instead, like, it just has Scum Engine point and clicks it built in, because that's pretty cool. Puzzle and adventure games, I'm down for some puzzle and adventure games. Yeah, maybe it was too long, or it had a word that like ticked it off or something. Who knows? Who knows? But thank you very much for the frog tip, and for the 45th month of your recurring sub. Indeed, yeah. Weird. That is weird. Speaking of dwarves that I'm sad died, I'm really sad that Rhinestone died. That was a good dwarf. Ryan the Second was a good dwarf. I miss that dwarf. You died again? Yeah, you died a little while ago. And I remember you were here when you died. Or not, like, you were here that day, and you were like, ah, fuck that. You were upset. And I was too. Yeah, you was. Maybe you wasn't sober. There are many facets to Frog. Frog.tips is a wonderful website. Frog is big in Japan due to metric conversion errors. You got killed by the diplomat, yeah, and you got killed by the diplomat, and you were getting up there. You'd been alive for a while. Frog ain't afraid of no. We ain't afraid of no frog. Please call support at any time if something strange. If something is strange with your frog. Do not follow Frog. Frog is not a Twitter account. Always pick up Frog from the bottom. The top plastic panel is not sturdy and can pull off. When is Dwarf birthday? Like, what day are dwarves born? Dwarves are born whenever they want to be born. I don't have any control over that. Oh. So this Forgotten Beast confuses me. It appears to be stuck on this tree. It is a towering three-eyed click beetle. It has large mandibles and it belches and croaks. Its olive exoskeleton is leathery, beware its deadly blood. And I think it just lives in this tree. Like, it's been here for a bit, and these piles of corpses are just slowly growing. It's just slowly growing. Like, the massive piles of dead are just there. And I don't think it's ever actually moved. When was... Oh, hold on. Let's see if I can find a dwarf that was related to you. And then I could tell you when you were born. Or a dwarf that knew you, that would also work. I just need a social butterfly that was friends with everybody. Peter probably would have known you. It's always weird going through these name lists. Oh yeah, Cassie wanted a dwarf. I could give you a new dwarf if you'd like. If you'd like a with work you missed 90% of Longdeath. Yeah, today's one of your few days off, right? Yo, do you want to record another podcast episode tonight? Sparkly would have known you. How's the fort going? Pretty okay, Jack Nurick. How's Jack Nurick going? I'm trying to locate a dwarf to figure out how old they were. A dwarf who's since passed. Oh, there you are. You were 77 years old. You were born on the 1st of Galena in the year 191. Well, about that. I want to say you're one of the dead. Oh, no, you're not. You were just depressed for a bit. I wasn't sure if you died or not. But, you're 39 years old? Yeah, you were really depressed for a bit. So, a bunch of dwarves got really depressed because we punched through the first cavern layer. Which was a stressful bit of time, you could say. But you seem to get pleasure near a fine instrument, and 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 pleasure near a fine seat, and pleasure near a fine instrument. Which is good. You are aroused by good furniture. Which means you're probably banned from the local... Ooh, Trees is researching. Which means you're probably banned from the local IKEA. Comparative anatomy? The fuck's that mean? Comparative anatomical studies for use in medicine. What, like figuring out what animals are similar to dwarves so that they can better dissect people? I'm assuming? I'm just assuming there. That's my flat assumption. Got you acting unwise? I mean, sometimes you just gotta be near a fine instrument, you know what I'm saying? Have died by tragic causes? I mean, fun? Don't you ever just see a guitar and just get suddenly aroused? Does that never happen to anybody else? I guess for me it depends more who's playing the guitar. I was in a Discord call with Picture Point the other night. We were just listening to music and just passing music videos back and forth. And I showed him Ginger. And he's just like, man, do you ever just see somebody that's so hot you just get really mad? It's like, yeah, I know that feeling. Did the dragon attack you? You say the dragon like it's a known thing. Have we been attacked by a dragon in this series? No. I did my Halloween fort, which I did last year. But no, no dragons have shown up. Plenty of minotaurs and giants. Couple were creatures, that sort of thing. No dragons, though, unfortunately. More forgotten beasts than I could logically count. Many Wolverines. No, there's 3 dragons in this world. Or there was last time I looked at Legends, which was year 200. So as of 68 years ago, there was 2 dragons in this world. I've never, ever seen a cave dragon in Dwarf Fortress. I believe that they exist, but I've never seen one. Yeah, I know that they don't breathe fire. I've literally never seen one, so... But we are punching into cavern layers now in the fort. That's the current goal, because the lava lamp must grow, and currently it's gone all the way up to here, so we need to get down to here and keep going. But I want to scout ahead first. My scouting ahead has been not fruitful. The YDO? What's YDO? was 402 today. Oh, you guys are getting clusterfucked with. I'm just waiting for the wind to change. Our air quality is climbing, but we're nowhere near that bad. We're still in the safe to breathe area. Yeah, that was us this time last year, and we'll get there again. They do manage to capture one. Oh, so you can catch them in the cage? I mean, that's probably what I'll do if I get one. Is don't go outside, dum-dum? I mean, isn't inside just gonna, like, get the same level of air blown in? I guess maybe if you have, like, filters on your air conditioning, maybe you'd be slightly okay, but... I remember last year when we had the fire warnings, it was like, don't go outside, you morons. Also, don't stay inside, because if you stay inside, and if you stay inside, I think the frame rate just improved. What the fuck? Like, this is the best the frame rate's been since I started. What's going on? Suddenly my frame rate just got a lot better. Like, I've been playing, like, that's much more normal there. And then it sped up again. I've been playing pretty consistently at, like, 30 to 40 frames a second. Maybe my caverns were on fire and it died down. That's possible. That is definitely possible. Anyway, if you go inside, you can't use your AC, was what they were saying last year. Because, like, just having an air conditioning turned on just made it worse. But I don't know. I'm expecting to get hit by that pretty soon. Like, you can see outside here right now, you can see smoke. Like, if you just look at the mountains across the horizon, like, you can see smoke. Oh, one of my merchants upset already. You want to practice a craft? Merchants are often very difficult to keep happy because they can't do certain jobs. So all you can really do is, like, your best, basically. It's like, please don't get super duper mad with me. Against the southern mountain. Yeah, no, most of the fires that we have here, fires, same thing. Most of the fires that we have up here are all coming from... Practicing Surgery Might Help. Is that a new book? This is new. It's a manual entitled Practicing Surgery Might Help, authored by Trees. It concerns the use of animals as surgical models. The writing is quite self-indulgent and has a very serious tone. It's not awful, but not very good either. We're getting better. We're writing more books. Hell yeah. What was I saying? Right. All of our fires are coming from Layton. So that area that hit like 53 degrees Celsius. But it's fucked up. I had one other person comment on one of my videos a little while ago, pretty recently, who was like, it was like 4 days ago, who was just like doing the classic, well, it's way hotter here where I live, yeah, kind of thing. And I literally just like responded with a link to 700 people died in Vancouver during that really hot weekend. It's like from heat exhaustion and exposure. And they're still finding dead people in their apartments and homes from the heat wave. It's mostly seniors. But like, they are still finding people. It's like, you know, maybe they live alone. You don't, and people don't really see them very often. Yeah, they are still finding them. And it's been how long? High school seniors? Not that kind of senior. No, like senior citizens. Elderly folk. Yeah, they deleted the comment. It's kind of funny. They did. They did. Frog Fryer. They did. I'm trying to be respectful, Socks. Humor me here. It's scary. I mean, it's scary. You got two forgotten fates fighting each other, one cause one the other crystal glass, and they aren't hurting each other. I had a glass humanoid, and I forgotten beast for a while that had webs, and it was a green glass humanoid, and its kill count was like 60 something. Different forgotten. It felt like no, it wasn't quite that. It was in the high. It was like over a dozen other forgotten beasts that it killed. We were counting the corpses for a while there. I also have another. I think it's clear glass. I could actually check because it's in my basement. I've had it trapped for a while. I was using it to print Forgotten Beast silk for a bit, and then I kind of got bored of it, so I stopped. Also, it stopped shooting webs, so it's all good. I'm trying to be respectful. You know, like there's a time for humor, and then there's a time for not humor. What's up, Magna? But yeah, no, the other Forgotten Beast that I have, the one that I have trapped is this thing. Yeah, it's a clear glass quadruped. It has wings and it undulates rhythmically. Beware its webs. That is like one of the scariest Forgotten Beasts I've ever seen. An enormous quadruped composed of clear glass with wings and webs. So it flies. It's the fastest type of Forgotten Beast on the ground. So it's the fastest beast on the ground. It can fly and it has webs. And it's made of glass, which is extremely tough. Like, no. That's all I have to say to that is no. But yeah, no, there was actually a cooling station relatively close to me, which one of my neighbors went to, because he was talking about it afterwards. It wasn't really a cooling station. It was just a old built. I'm trying to think what it was before. It was an electronics store, but I can't remember the name of what it was. It wasn't Visions Electronics. It was one of the other ones. But anyway, it was an old. It wasn't Best Buy either, but it was one of those old. Not old, but it was one of those department stores, based like big, large buildings. Anyways, they like piped that, turned that thing on, turned the AC on, and just like basically would let people come in and sit. And they just had chairs where people could come and sit down, all social distanced and whatnot. The worst Forgotten Beast I ever had was a horse that had webs, and it was made of steel. It killed my entire fortress in like a minute. It was like I had the bottom cavern layer open, and the middle two were sealed, and it spawned in the middle one, took a route that I was unaware of from the middle cavern layer to the bottom cavern layer, ran into the fortress, and killed every single one of my dwarves in like a couple of minutes. And we tried to fight it too. I had like 40 dwarves in squads because it was a raiding fort. I sent my dwarves in to fight. They were using like iron and steel weapons. They didn't have adamantine because I hadn't mined it yet. I was working on that. Like literally I had all the production lines and all that stuff set up and ready to go. Yeah, man, there's part of me that just wants to get this dwarf training 24/7. But kind of interesting fact about dwarves, if there are certain things that can stop them from going totally insane, and this dwarf hasn't completed them. So she dreams of raising a family, and she hasn't raised a family yet. So I have a feeling this dwarf's just gonna die. Had a sealed dinosaur, and you sicked him on a human army that was attacking. They killed it with only a few casualties. I find usually with a lot of that stuff, it's like if they have arrows, they usually do okay against Forgotten Beasts, especially flying ones. And that's kind of my experience. But also, the thing that you need to remember is like steel can beat steel in my experience, but iron can't beat steel against Forgotten Beasts. No, that dwarf doesn't even have any friends. Like, yeah, just long-term acquaintances. If I remember correctly from this dwarf, it may have changed now. Yeah, she is gripped by crippling shyness. Is not neat. Yeah. So the grip does not easily fall in love and rarely develops positive feelings. Friendly individual and takes offered help and gifts without feeling particularly grateful. Like, basically, this dwarf is, like, never going to be able to find a partner. Relatable. And the crippling shyness is not going to help, so. That dwarf was born in this fort, but they're not going to live much longer, I don't think. Yeah, well, we don't have that power. Sucks. But I think you know that. So thanks for stating the obvious. Let's build a craft store shop. I also had to break one of my own dwarves out of prison. Because they were going to go insane. It was Aquafunkalistic Booty Whap. We had to break him out of prison because he was very rapidly degrading in mood. So I unassigned the captain of the guard briefly, released him from the chain, and then reassigned the captain of the guard, which cancels out the job mattering. So this dwarf still technically is like a running fugitive, according to the judgment screen, but I can't put him back in prison. Or I can't tell the dwarves to put him back in prison, and the dwarves won't. So we should be okay there. Because, like, yeah, Aquafunkalistic Booty Whap should spend 134 days in prison, according to this. But I'm going to not do that, because it'll kill that dwarf, and that's a good dwarf. Which means we are harboring fugitive criminals here. But it's time to queue up more rock figurines as well. Because that's how I'm clearing those boulders out of the basement. With rock figurines and a lot of wheelbarrows. So, one thing at a time. Is there any answers anybody here is hoping to get from the Tarn Adams interview that I'm doing on Thursday? Because I'm looking forward to that. That's going to be fun. But I'm starting to get nervous like I usually do. There's something about like having somebody famous or important on your stream, which is just kind of anxiety-inducing. He's an easy person to talk to, but it doesn't change the fact that it's fucking anxiety-inducing. Does it have any negative impact if you don't imprison criminals at all? Yes. If a dwarf commits a crime, let's just say they tantrum and punch somebody, and that dwarf gets convicted, the dwarf that got punched and that dwarf's friends get a good mood thought, right? So if Dwarf 1 punches Dwarf 2, Dwarf 3 and 4, who are friends with Dwarf 2, plus Dwarf 2, get good thoughts if you put Dwarf 1 in prison, right? If you don't put Dwarf 1 into prison, Dwarf 1 is fine, guaranteed, but these 3 other dwarves all immediately get negative moods. Well, not immediately, but over time will develop negative moods. So yes, it is important, and yes, it is helpful to have, to put the bad dwarf in prison. However, if it's like mayor didn't get their task done and the dwarf didn't actually commit any physical crimes, like if they didn't commit vandalism or like they didn't punch somebody or they didn't assault another dwarf, the only person that gets a negative thought then is the mayor. But the mayor will get over it. So at that point, it's between the dwarf that is blamed for not completing the mayor's or king's or queen's or whoever's demands, and then the royalty. But because the dwarf was technically put in prison, I just released them early. Nobody gets bad thoughts. So, yes, it does matter. If you convict the wrong dwarf, check the other dwarves' thoughts because they will get negative thoughts. Also, Stone, we noticed this last time, but I think you were snoozing. I think you were snoozing. But human royal treasurer didn't show up the last time we traded, and didn't show up this time just now. So I think they passed away. And I need to sneeze. I don't know what it is. Maybe like pollen count went up. Maybe it's the fucking smoke that's starting to fill the air up. I don't fucking know. Does that make sense in regards to all the crime questions? I could possibly ask you questions, but too ignorant to make up new questions for the author because I haven't done enough DF things. Can you put animals to work? Yes. But sort of. I mean, you like, certain animals can be trained as hunting animals, and they will go out and, like, dogs can be trained as hunting dogs, and dogs will go out and kill animals, and then drag the corpses back, for you. And certain animals can be trained as war animals, and those can be assigned to soldiers. And then when they go out to fight, they will bring the dogs with them and get a slightly better dice roll. But usually, in my experience, is they just go out and then the animals die. But one question which I'll leak early because it's my favorite. I'm gonna put this one last. So Krug Smash submitted a couple questions, right? And his questions are literally, have you been staying hydrated? Have you been taking care of yourself? Do you get up and go for walks? And have you stretched your legs? And what's your favorite dinosaur? That's the question I'm looking forward to the most, I'm not gonna lie. Because I have a feeling that's gonna be a really long-winded answer. Especially the what's your favorite dinosaur part. Yeah, I can sell all those. What else can I sell to these people? I don't need all these fucking blood and venom barrels. The humans can figure out what to do with them. Also got a bunch of random instruments I don't need. Way too many quivers. There we go. All but 2 backpacks, because I don't need all those backpacks. All those splints. I'm putting a couple into trade, so I don't trade all of them. And then all the crutches. Can you make golems? Nope. There is no, like, magical beings that you can create. Those are all things that are, like, planned. There are Iron Men, not to be confused with the Iron Man, which are kind of like golems, but you can't make them. They're made with world gen. You need iron blocks and a pumpkin. I mean, why a pumpkin? But yeah, no, those are things that are planned. If you play with the mod Long Night, you can make like drones, like various android things, and if you play with the Star Wars mod, you can also craft droids. But yeah, it's possible via modding. Straight up, it is. But that's more just like, yeah, to fill with booze like barrels. But then their heads would rot. What's the point of that? I'm missing the logic here, I guess. Is that? I don't know. I haven't played that much Minecraft. I can count on one hand the number of minutes I've played Minecraft in the last 10 years. About 3. Man, no, those are all the sorts of questions that I'm just automatically deleting because, like, they're not relevant to ask. Just like I can't count the number of when's the release date questions I've deleted. Just because like they don't help anybody and they're just kind of irrelevant, you know? Quite literally, they don't help anybody and they are just kind of irrelevant. It's okay, I get the point. Also, Sarlacc, what's up? Your dwarf's kind of depressed, but we're working on it. Working on making him less depressed, that is. Why ask a question that is already known? Is there going to be a Steam release to make the game more accessible and widely distributed? What? 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 I don't really have a lurk command. I mean, I do, but like, don't worry about it. Just say I'm a lurk. It's all good. You don't have to type in a bloody command for permission to lurk. Just lurk. Because the command is !lurk, but who care? Who care? No. It's literally, okay, so it's literally because of cancer treatments. Like, if you go dig into it, the whole reason the Steam version is being made is because cancer treatment is expensive. And it's in remission, but, like, they want to have savings so that if it comes back, they good. Literally, yeah. The reason we're getting a Steam version of DF is because of American healthcare. There's actually a pretty funky article, I think, on Polygon, which is like, lack of socialism in America is the reason we're getting a Steam version of Dwarf Fortress or something. Yeah, it's literally not because they just want to retire. It's because they, I think it's Zach's wife. I'm not 1000% positive on that one. I don't want to be wrong, but. I mean, well, I don't know. She's become better. I mean, okay, so now I have a question, right? I asked you guys, what things do you guys want to hear? And now you guys are just asking me nonsensical bullshit, which I've been deleting intentionally. I was kind of curious if there was like specific topics that you guys wanted me to try and cover. And we're like not getting anywhere remotely close to that right now. So just so that we're clear here, you guys aren't really giving me any of the information that I was looking for. So, but you know, that's fine. You're just reminding me that, right, yeah, nobody who watches me actually plays this game. I'm gonna stop reading everything that you write, Socks, because you're making me lose brain cells. Planned for the Steam version? What do you mean by planned for the Steam version? You guys know, right? There's this thing called the Bay 12 Games website, right? And there's this thing called features, right? This thing called development, right? You go to features. These are all the active features, right? If you go to development, you know, like this is the roadmap with all of the planned features, right? Everything that's in the game, everything that's not in the game, things they're planning to add, when it's going to get added, all nicely color-coded. So you don't need to ask me what's planned. Partially done, done, released, under development, right? Like, you do realize this exists, right? So you don't need to ask me, is this thing planned? Just go fucking look at the roadmap, you weirdos. It exists. I was asking if there was, like, specific types of questions you guys wanted me to ask, but it's clear that, like, you guys don't really know what I was asking, and that's probably on my bad, because I probably poorly worded it, but... I'm gonna pretend I didn't see that. Freskins. I love that you guys just like it when I get flustered like this. I'm just like, well, I was looking for some input, but Twitch chat doesn't know how to give streamer input. Twitch chat just make dumb joke. I mean, we don't have those stories in the game yet, Frog for Hire. We don't. They'll be in the game eventually. Anyway, I regret asking that question, chat. I apologize for trying to include you guys in the question selecting process, which I was trying to do, believe it or not. But I guess I will just worry about it all myself then, because, you know, this is why I'm doing the interviews, I guess, and why you guys are watching the streams. No offense. Just all of the offense. I mean, here, this is the reality of it, right? Frog for Hire, this is like nothing against you guys, but the whole reason my channel exists on YouTube is because people don't want to go out of their way to find information about video games. They just want it all immediately provided in a very simple format, right? Like, all of the questions that people ask in my comment sections or questions that I answer via videos and whatnot could be answered with 2 searches on a wiki or checking the roadmap in all instances of the question, or checking the most recent or one of the recent Future of the Fortress posts, right? People seem to think I'm some sort of like future-telling wizard that just understands everything about Dwarf Fortress. Nah, I just look at the wiki, and I look at the forum posts, and I read the roadmap, and I check the development logs. That's literally it. But the majority of people don't have the time or the desire or the knowledge of where to look. That is the only difference, right? Can you imagine the chaos if a Twitch stream interviewed Tarn? Yeah, I've only done it 3 times. What? I don't get it. Which is why I wasn't asking for specific questions, Frog for Hire. My intention with the whole topic that I brought up 5 minutes ago was, is there any specific types of questions that you guys want me to ask? And the question wasn't directed at people who know nothing about the game. The question was directed to people who play this game, which is 1/3 of my chat. Right? You know someone did post that on the subreddit though, Haas. It was literally, who's Tarn Adams? And why is this here? So, I don't know. I'm not asking what questions you submitted if you did, or if you're going to submit a question. I was simply asking if there was any specific topics I should cover. Well, I mean, the last one talked a lot about myths and magic stuff, right? The last interview I did, which you can go listen to again, we also covered things like boats and dinosaurs, and animals getting added to the game. I know that there's some people that want me to talk about extremely technical stuff, but I try and avoid asking questions that I don't understand. So, like, if I read a thing and I'm like, I don't understand what any of this means, You miss drama? Not really. We're just goofballing back and forth. Maybe explore future content a bit more. Maybe. I mean, why? Someone asked a question which I think's hilarious, which is why are boats a pain in the ass? Which I think I really want to just ask that one verbatim because it's very funny. Why are boats a pain in the ass? Because that could go in many different directions, and I feel like that one would be fun. But yeah, no, I agree with that. Since you know it clearly fatigues Tarn. Yeah. There's been some real good questions. I don't know if I want to read them out verbatim, though, because I don't know which ones I'm going to use. So, but yeah, I mean, I've deleted almost 200. First and foremost. I've deleted almost 200 Beer Manir. But most of the ones that I've deleted are like, when's game out? Or incomprehensible grammar. So like either terrible grammar, when's game out, and is there multiplayer, and are you going to add multiplayer? Because I'm not going to ask the multiplayer question. If you get seasick, I mean, that's probably about how silly the answer would get, right? You'd like to be surprised by stuff? You know what surprised me? That one surprised me. Could you imagine if, like, you had a boat and then all of your dwarves start vomiting? Also, Quivenir, it's good to see you. Aloha to yourself. Yeah, another thing that I don't know. It's always the simple questions that end up being weirdly fun. We've had digestive systems for a while. Like, for a while. Like 6+ years. I don't think the debug creature would care at all about your feelings, I think was the quote. Or I don't think that the debug creature would care about your feelings at all, or something along those lines. That was from the last one. I didn't know digestive systems were optional. Well, yeah, I don't know. Something I think I'm going to try and cover quite a bit, because I got a few questions about it, but it's something that I'm really curious about, is I want to ask him a lot about better sieges, because, like, the most recent update quelled the difficulty. Didn't you, like, make yogurt the last time I was streaming? You're like, I made too much yogurt. And now you're like, I'm out of yogurt. It's been 2 days, man. How much yogurt did you make, and how much yogurt do you eat? But that's not good. I'm so sorry that you're out of yogurt. Pet Press have to pay respects for Beer Manier's yogurt. My favorite quote from Tarn's interviews is, because when I asked him about getting into programming, it's like, if you're new to programming, what's a good way to get into programming? It's like, but he's like, well, I would assume that you would, get a book, because those still exist, I think. Those books exist, I think. It's probably my favorite. The meaning of the universe!
The answer to skulls, dwarfs, and everything nerdy. Also cryptonom ha ha ball 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 law.
Thank you very much for the 42 months. Animal, and thanks for continuing to keep the stream funded. Cheers. Ha ha ball indeed. Evil Trick withdraws from society and is claimed a crafter sherp. And is just sitting there like a maniac. What? What do you need? Probably skellies, I think. Skeletons, yep. I haven't slaughtered anything in a minute. Let's slaughter probably a unicorn. Pint of yogurt. Oh, that's not too much yogurt. Yeah, I could eat a pint of yogurt in 3 days. Not too many questions asked there. I could do that. I could definitely do that. Three days. Yeah. Or are you saying that you ate a pint of yogurt a day? Here's the thing. I haven't had dairy in a year, so if I ate a pint of yogurt right now, it would probably kill me. It would probably kill me. If I ate a pint of yogurt. Also, yogurt ain't cheap, so, you know, fuck that shit. Yeah, I actually can't remember the last time I had yogurt. True story. I definitely haven't had yogurt this year. Maybe last year? Beginning of last year, probably. But, you know. Animal, how you doing? How's things, man? How goes about the decoratings of the house? Tomorrow you should buy some eggs. What does that have to do with yogurt? The dwarf child evil trick. Making an artifact. Had a nice day at work too. Oh, that's good. I spent most of my day off playing with my plants. I did a bunch of clippings of my lavender, and I'm trying to grow more lavender, and I did the same with my rosemary. So I don't have enough rosemary, and I need bigger rosemary plants, damn it. What did I slaughter? Unicorn. Unicorn! And just like we decided earlier, the canonical name for a baby unicorn is puny corn. No, like clipping bits, pruning things. I have a shit ton of mint and licorice currently hanging from my counter drying. So I'm gonna let it hang probably until tonight, and then I'm gonna stick it in the oven and dehydrate it. Unicorn bone on an artifact is badass. Yeah, I've been going with that or cougars, but yeah, unicorn is the coolest thing that I have, so I've been using those recently. Also, investments are open if you want to invest your tickets. Time's flying by today. Third investments already. It's been a while since a dwarf has gotten a full title. Squug's full title was, of course, the Bronze Lamination of Brilliance. It's been a while since we've had a dwarf like that. Best of luck with that all in. You should work on your room plans too, hanging over the windows. One of my hopes and dreams One of my hopes and dreams is I really would like, at some point in the far future when I actually have money, to move into an apartment with a window in the bathroom so that I can have shower plants. It's one of my hopes and dreams. I want plants in my shower. But currently my bathroom doesn't have a window, so that's far away. Well, one day. One day I want to do that. But yeah, no, I went and bought a big old bag of soil just for indoor plants because I needed to repot a bunch of things. And so I can wet them with the shower head. I mean, yeah, that could work. Shem Dodkildom, the merchant, has given birth to a girl. Hell yeah, that's exactly what we wanted. Where the heck are you? Kubak. Dwarven Bob. Now the question is, who gets it? Can you become that baby dwarf? You have asked recently. You played DF over 3 years and you found out yesterday that you can specify things for engravings. I mean, I have a video on my YouTube channel about how to do that. You can also do it with statues. Yeah. Capital D does beautiful things. Freeways, how many other dwarves have you had in the fort? Although hopefully we'll be getting lots of babies today, because that's why we have so many merchants. Is there a second? Free too. She is the daughter of Shem and Salon Copperbud. Clasp fainted and Salon Copperbud. Copperbud sounds like a weed strain. She's a worshiper of the Spear of Incineration and a worshiper of Shin Russet Amber, the Red Rocks. She was born today, which makes her very young indeed. She has bulky muscles and a large body. Her cobalt eyes have large irises. Her hair is dry, and her short hair is neatly combed. Her somewhat broad head is somewhat short, and her ears are slightly flattened. Her hair is a crew, and her skin is sandy taupe. She personally respects power and does not care about friendship. She dreams of crafting a masterwork someday. She finds humor in most situations and is a perfectionist, generally acts impartially and is rarely moved to mercy. She tries to keep her things orderly, and she tends to assume the worst of two outcomes will be, of course, the one that comes to pass. She thinks she is fairly important in the grand scheme of things. Well, obviously, she's a baby. She's the center of her own universe, and she occasionally overindulges, and she is somewhat quarrelsome. She does not share her experiences and thoughts with others, or she tends to share her experience and thoughts with others, and needs alcohol to get through the working day. Child. Well, that's a lot of winners, though. All the same, though. Bama. Bama Dewey. Ripped and worshipping the dwarf gods. Loves barley wine. I mean, I like barley wine. Barley wine is like one of those things where it's like it's sold in the same... You'll find barley wine in the beer aisle. Although, ironically, probably the majority of people who play Dwarf Fortress don't actually give their dwarves beer. Shocker, I know, right? Because beer is actually kind of difficult to make for dwarves by default. However, dwarven wine is what is made out of plump helmets. So it's highly likely that the majority of people who play Dwarf Fortress never actually give their dwarves beer unless it's purchased. And Evil Trick has begun a mysterious construction. What actually did you make, Evil Trick? So it's a craft store shop. Grabbed schist, cow leather, rough citrons, unicorn leather, ginkgo wood logs, 2 pieces of cut green glass gems, and of course, stray unicorn bone. Make us something good, child. A sober dwarf is a human. Which is why I do agree that dwarves need to avoid sobriety. One day you'll have 3,000, then 6767, and invest it all. I'm glad that you have goals, Stone. I'm glad that you have goals. I'm kind of hoping it's a green glass artifact, but we'll see. We're storing soap in the hospital? Did someone get hurt? Why are you suddenly choosing now to store soap in the hospital? So you kind of gave up. I mean, it is, like, rigged against you. So, there's that. So we are now up to 32 dwarves once again, which is good. And also, for those of you who like fun, our total population, including the merchants, is at 50 again, meaning giants can show up. So. You have a feeling it'll be bone-based? Probably. I'm hoping for something green glass-based, but could be anything, really. King wants a ballista arrow. To even have got there. Now, what about 6-7, 6-7, 6-7? Why is my population growing so slowly? Because we haven't had migrants in about 200 years. Well, not 200, 170 years? Evil Trick, the Dwarven child, has created Ganadingish, a unicorn bone battle axe, and claims it is an heirloom in the name of the family ancestor, Lorbum Windmansions. I'm going to screenshot this and send it to Evil Trick. I think he'd appreciate this. It's worth 36,720. A beautiful ceremonial piece. This is a unicorn bone battle axe. All crafts dwarf ship is of the highest quality. It is decorated with emerald cut green glass gems and encircled with bands of unicorn bone. This object menaces with spikes of ginkgo wood and schist. On the item is an image of Pispan, the dwarf in green glass. Pispan is dead. The artwork relates to the passing of the dwarf Pispan, wave-whipped in Longdeath in the early spring of 79. On the item is an image of Dawned Earth, the fungi wood bracelet in unicorn leather. On the item is an image of a raccoon in citrine. On the item is an image of a rose-cut gem in cow leather. Pretty cool. Me like. Give that to the mayor, I think. Unicorn bone battle axe. Hell yeah. Oh, it probably has a unicorn horn spike. I mean, if you look at like Viking clothing, they had like circles and diamonds and stuff etched into their marker, like into their armor. It's like, just look at any like fancy, like if I just, hold on. If I just go to Google, if I go to Le Googs, okay, and I type in fancy leather armor, right? I'm just getting pictures of Game of Thrones. And like if I go to Google and type in fancy leather armor, right? Like this is kind of what I imagine it would be, like images of diamonds, right? Also, this is a really high level armor because there's not a lot of protection in that. But like I would even consider like these studding to be like, you know, inlays, yeah, or like something like this, right? Like I don't know what those are supposed to fucking be, but like it would be like little ornaments and stuff like that, you know? Yeah. I don't know the terminology for it. Speaking of high-level armor, this is some high-level armor. Anyway. I like these. There's like suggested search terms: fantasy, D&D, medieval, sci-fi, ranger, rogue, noble, Skyrim, Sansa Stark, female, male, sexy. Man, I see where this is going. Iron Man. Wait, what? Iron Man leather armor, eh? Huh. Go to Google and type in leather armor Iron Man. It's a lot of stuff in there. It's funny, it's like, this is escalating quickly and I can see where this is going. Never stop being horny. Google. Never change. Ah! Don't tab out of Dwarf Fortress and then hit buttons. Am I using Bing? For image search, I use Google because I find that Google image search is the most accurate, but I generally use Quant. I use Quant from my day-to-day searching, but image searches, I use fucking Google because it's easier. Google gets more accurate stuff for images than Quant does. Although I've been trying out the Brave search engine, which is very not finished. I also use DuckDuckGo sometimes. I use DuckDuckGo on my phone primarily. I stopped using DuckDuckGo as much because they actually had a fucking data leak a while ago. So I've been using Quant as my daily driver since then. DuckDuckGo, the people that don't store your data, had a data leak. Ain't that ironic? Anyway, it's false. The humans are here with their stuff to give us. Your Google results got strange. I literally just use Google for image search. That's it. But I like Quant. I like Quant quite a bit. But I'm probably going to end up using the Brave search engine. Once they like tune that thing to actually be good, because right now it's about as good as Bing. The ironic thing about the search terms recommendations for armor, though, was right after sexy was cosplay. So, you know, I could see why that's a commonly searched for term. Let me know when you want me to scroll. I read that as male parchment sheet, not mule parchment sheet at the bottom, and I was perplexed for a half second there. I was like, what? Bunch of instruments. Pig's milk. Ooh, we can make pig cheese. I should queue up some pig cheese. I should just make some cheese and put it on repeat. 10 rye flour? Ooh. Make bread-ish substances. Bread-ish? Bread-like? Bread-like. It's a bread-like substance. I was almost halfway to a parchment industry. All we needed was a female parchment. Hey, a piggy! Uh-oh. I'm looking for that parchment. I don't see it. Okay, no, that's a page and a half. It's quite a bit. Jeesh. Gendered parchment. I mean, I misread it, but that would be strange. I did scroll. Yes. That's why the boar appeared at the bottom. Let me know when you got it. Stone. It's a very nice gesture. This is true. Now we wait for the others. Are they back in slow mode? Seems that way. They were very fast for a bit there. Well, while this human takes 1,000 years to walk down into the fortress, I'm going to go use the toilet real quick. I will be back in a moment. Which says a lot. Yeah, no, they send a lot of shit every time. A lot of shit. Anyway, I'll be back. BRB.
Cheese for everyone!
Did the human die before he reached the depot? Because the humans arrived before he reached the depot. Jesus. He did not get very far. Riled, what's up? It's good to see you. It is good to see you. How's the fort? Ah, well, we've had some babies, which is good. Evil Trick made a bone battle axe, which is also pretty good. Just kind of chilling, mostly. I'm your liaison from the Mountain Homes. Let's discuss your situation. There is much to share. We've updated your maps. What requests do you have of our merchants? Yeah, babies is important because that means that the fort gets to live for long. So babies is important. Also, chat, you know what's something I've been wanting to do for a bit? Maybe on like a Sunday or something? We should just generate a new world and read legends for a day. Something I've wanted to do for a little bit. Let's discuss what we were willing to offer you for your craft dwarfship. Simplex. I look forward to our meeting next year. Our fortunes rise and fall together. Speaking of, Simplex. You want me to make 3 crowns. And Nosferatu is fighting with a wild boar. It seems to be winning because the wild boar keeps vomiting. So, excellent. Leggings. Yeah, some leggings. Might have to do some leggings soon.
Also, have some of these crypt beer.
Whoa! Thanks for the $1, but whoa! Is that new? You guys see this? This weird, like, Wild Peak has cheered 100 bits. I've never seen that before. I'm screenshotting that. I've never seen that before. Is that new? Do you guys see that? Maybe it's just because you see it? I wonder, actually, I have a theory as to why. I have a theory, but I'll show you this first. My theory is, so, you know how Twitch has animated emotes, right? You know what the default bits look like? Somebody, or a couple of people uploaded, a couple of Twitch partners uploaded animated emotes that are just the default bit look. So I wonder if Twitch is making it super clear to streamers now whether or not someone's cheering to avoid that as an issue for trolling. Because it would be really hard to monitor that. Yeah, exactly. Oh, it's FFZ. Okay. That's kind of neat, actually. Got it. Okay. Got it. Oh, you got it too? Cool. Yeah, that's kind of neat. That's neat. Sorry, it's just I had a cheer earlier and it didn't do that. So, like it's my first time seeing that. Thanks for the $1. Cheers, man. I need one more cheer to fill up the leaderboard. One more. And then we just need to fill up the gift sub leaderboard, which will take a bit. Datiro, what's up? It's good to see you. Let's just get rid of the last that clothing, and then go figurine. Nope, you've been dead for a bit. I feel like I told you that already. Yeah, your dwarf fell very, very far and went splat. Cyrlac, thanks for chucking a sub out into the community. Cheers, man. Also, Cyrlac, speaking of dwarves, we were working on repairing your dwarves' mental stability. But yeah, no, unfortunately, your dwarf died a very dwarfy death. Deturo. They can't all live. Nosferatu is screaming, I must withdraw! Actually, Nosferatu, are you enjoying your new job? I wonder. So you probably missed it? Well, I mean, it'll exist for all eternity. You were terrified while in conflict. I mean, fitting. I'm sure you'll get used to it. Did you spawn offspring? Nope. Very few dwarves actually do. And the few that do seem to spawn a lot of offspring. I mean, you still have siblings. But, no, you did not. You also didn't live that long. I find that most dwarves don't tend to get married in the first 100 years they're alive. You didn't even make it to like the 70s, so. I always feel bad when I give people those news. It's like very few dwarves actually end up being super. Not memorable is the wrong word. You didn't even make it to 25. Well, I mean, what's the average age? They can live up to 170 years old. So most of these dwarves live anywhere from 150 to 170 years old. The ones that die young are actually kind of the minority. Noteworthy. Yeah, sure, that's a word I'd use. Gray Fox. That's a word I'd use. Well, it's not even like noteworthy. It's just like a lot. Like, there's kind of three ways a dwarf can go in this fort, right? They either don't really do much of anything and just kind of exist. Don't really do much of anything and they die early. Or they're super fucking memorable. And the third one is the minority. Just like real life. Yeah, you're either forgettable or you get super famous. One of the two. Am I standing up with weird fucking teeth? I mean, maybe. Your dwarves are none of those. Your dwarves are memorable just by sheer force of numbers. Because you always ask for the oldest, most frail, soonest to die dwarf. So you never live very long, so yeah, you're memorable because you die a lot. Sucks. You know. Huh. I'm not sure why that dwarf's depressed. Go get a drink. Spending too much time hauling boulders, probably. I like the headcanon that the dwarves just pick whoever the stinkiest merchant is and just name him Socks. Like, that's kind of my headcanon of this. Like, Socks Smell isn't like actually their name. The dwarves just assign the nickname to whoever the oldest like dwarf is who comes in the most recent migrant wave. I have no idea what that even means. Daturo, do it. No idea. Some of the characters of yours, what? They take over each other's souls? I don't really read books unless they're like game design books, so. Or like games media related. Gotta go. We'll see you later, Nosferatu. Cheers as always. Will do my best, Nosferatu. Will do my best. Yeah, I don't read 40K. I like the aesthetic of 40K. Couldn't give two shits about the lore, the world, the novels, the books, any of that stuff. Yeah, do not care. 40K is not my shtick. I'm not a 40K person at all. All of the knowledge of 40K I have comes from people telling me about it. I also don't generally read fiction or fantasy or anything. They join with a new host every few years. I mean, if you're Dwarven Trill, then I'm then I'm definitely Q. I wish I was as cool as John Delancey. Also, speaking of John Delancey, I didn't know that John Delancey was in Breaking Bad. Rewatching, I'm like, huh, he's in a season of Breaking Bad. What? No, not really. Here's the thing. Reading is extremely difficult for me. I have to pull out a magnifying glass. I often also need a flashlight. I have to take my glasses off, and I have to do it in short bursts of time because I very quickly develop eye strain, and it hurts. It gives me headaches and migraines, and I don't like it. So if I'm reading something, it has to be something that's like actively beneficial to me outside of just entertainment. If I want entertainment, I will watch a movie or TV or something. I can like look away and like listen to it, or it has to be something verbal. I don't generally listen to audiobooks, and that's because if I'm listening to something, I'm listening to a podcast, and I listen to a lot of podcasts. I do not have more hours in my day for an audiobook. I don't want to pay for Audible. I do not use audiobooks. I do not listen to audiobooks. So as I've had this discussion with chat many thousands and thousands of times, I don't fucking care about fiction. I just don't. I get enough fiction out of the things I make up. I watch a TV show maybe, and I watch through them pretty slowly. And if I'm reading something, it's educational or a manual or something like that. He's in several video games, actually. Lancey is also, did a voice pack for Elite Dangerous. Which is kind of amazing, by the way. I got tons of wood lying around, so we should make a bunch of charcoal. But, like, this is the way this conversation always goes, which is why I'm just being kind of blurty about it. The conversation is always, do you read any novels? No, not really. Why? My eyes. Audiobooks? Question mark? It's like, did you ever, like, think that maybe it's also lack of interest? It's like, I don't. Well, I mean, it's nothing against small talk. Small talk is fine. The problem is it's like, I feel like I'm just making excuses because it is genuinely just a lack of interest. It's like I've read plenty of books in the past, but what is the pink line? It's just rose gold. I put it there to look fancy. I don't know. It always just kind of comes back around to like, well, you know, do you like the things I like? I like reading. I used to really like reading fiction when I was younger. I kind of grew out of it. That's just not the format that I like fiction entertainment in. For me, reading is something that takes a lot of work, and I get either self-help books, like therapy books, self-improvement books. I get a lot of enjoyment out of those types of things, but like anything else, not really. I would argue that I actually actively dislike those. And so I always just feel like I'm shooting down people's Things that people enjoy when I talk about it. No, it's not that. Quevenair. No one really ever has that response to me. It's more of a, I just feel like I'm talking shit about things that you like, which is almost worse than me not liking things that you like, or just not really caring about things that you like. It's like, for me, like, if I'm listening to something, it's when I'm outside going for a walk. If I'm at home and I'm listening to something, it's music on my record player. And if I'm reading, it's something educational. Which is sickening. And then people will simply state, get a Kindle. And I'm like, fucking, no, I don't want a goddamn Kindle. I don't want a goddamn Kindle. Jeff Bezos isn't even on the board for Amazon anymore. Also, besides, Jeff Bezos is the laughing stock of the billionaire space race right now. So someone needs to get laughed at. No, absolutely, Totiro. Absolutely. I just don't want to feel like I'm talking shit about you. Which is the way I feel if I don't give more context. People often don't like their interests being dismissed. So I'm trying not to do that. I mean, to be fair, there are not Kindle brand e-readers that exist, but I find those things extremely difficult to use. I'm trying to think of like some way to make a joke out of the fact that you said barrow instead of bro, but I can't think of one. So what's up, By Trouble? Andy Casey, yeah. How long is it gonna take for us to start replacing Bezos with Casey? Because remember, they're not Bezos bucks anymore. They're now Casey bucks if you use a Prime sub. Oh yeah, we have been entering the age of space capitalism ever since SpaceX landed a rocket that fucking took off. Now that was the birth of space capitalism. Now we just need to enter the period of hypersonic gay space communism. That's what we need to get to. One day we'll make it there. Maybe we can shorten that to cash. I like this idea, Freskins. Thanks for the money. And Andy Cachet. No, see, that just makes him sound too fancy. I mean, how else were we ever going to enter the age of space, my dude? Side Scoop is also a little depressed. Why that? Why that? Do you want to join the military? Acquire something. You want to price market? Yeah, not too much I can do about that. Well, I mean, I could take you off of hauling and give you just not all the crafts. Let's just give you stone, bone, glass, weaving, clothes. That'll help. Andy Cash Money. You know, I think that's what I'm going to start saying. Thanks for the Andy Cash Money. For Prime subs. Yeah, I think you seem like you are harsh. I just take it as an analytical subjective, which is why I share your opinion. Yeah, fair. It's more of a, I repeat myself a lot, so if it's a question that, or a series of questions that gets repeated a lot, I'll just speed the conversation up. I don't know if it's necessarily a good habit to have, though. What's the biome where I started? It's half tundra from, or not tundra, alpine from like being on halfway on a mountain, and half like jungle. And we are 263 years old. This fortress. This fortress is 263 years old. We're on generation like 9 of dwarves. We're going for 1,000 years. I've been playing this fortress for almost a year. Renbird, the dwarven child, has been taken by a fey mood. Look at that. Feels like yesterday was the 200th anniversary. Actually, it was last month, not yesterday. Gate Nerd, what up? No, that'll be year 2000, right? Freeways? No, I'm not going for year 2000. Sorry. How do I keep on playing with the updates? I haven't updated the game. I mean, I could. The save files are compatible, but if you take it as the Roman thingy, it's just 10. Oh, true. Yeah. Is that a gold bar or an electrum bar? Brass. Never mind. Neither. 2. Technically aqua. 2. Also, Freskins, I've had 3 people ask me to ask Tarn if he could nerf the game some more. 3 people! 3 people! That or 1 person 3 times. Not sure. 2 of them didn't have a name, so. You did something wrong? Which versions? Depends on which version you're playing. But the worlds are usually compatible, but sometimes if like if you go like 3 versions back and generate a world and then put it into the current version, it'll probably work, but you'll have some unforeseen bugs. Like certain things will break. This is, yes, a graveyard. These are all coffins. Yes, there is VODs for the entirety of this. We are on stream number 120. I'm up to 119 on the YubTubs. We also have the little maze. It's more fun to show it zoomed in than zoomed out because it just keeps fucking going. Yeah, the little maze, which is complete with Minotaur for Minotaur aesthetics. I'm building a giant tube that goes down to the center of the earth, which will get there eventually. It's a little amazing, isn't it? A little maze. This is eventually going to be our, what's it called? Our magma forge when I actually pump lava up. Cavern layer. And then we haven't gone down to the next cavern layer yet. But we need to. We're probably going to do that today or tomorrow. Depends on how the dwarves are doing. We haven't had migrants in like 150 years. Pretty good. Pretty good times. Know how the save files are structured? Do I know how they're structured? No, not at all. What magma forge? It's going to be a magma forge once I pump magma up from the center of the earth. Which, you know, I'm taking my time. This is all stuff that I could have had done already, but I'm taking my time because, you know, we got to keep the fort interesting. Got to have projects, right? So we're going to build a giant lava lamp. That tube, that green tube that's currently filled with nothing, is going to be filled with lava eventually. And will probably be my garbage dump, too. I mean, when I put my mind to it, I have magma forges in, like, month 6, month 2. Somewhere in the first 2 to 6 months of a fort. If, like, you know. I mean, we're just using charcoal. I've got more wood than I could ever want. Just importing it. Everybody sells me wood. It's great. Two ballista arrows and 3 crowns. I think that's a 2, but I'm making them 3 anyway. What's the current project? I literally just said what the current project is. Building a giant tube that will be filled full of lava. That is the current project. Technically, Dwarf Fortress is the sequel. It's just not DF2. It's Slaves to Armok 2. One of my military dwarves wants to train for a bit. I don't know if we'll sacrifice virgin goats in it. Although, I don't know how the fuck I would figure out if a goat in Dwarf Fortress is a virgin. So, there's that. Will we sacrifice anything in it though? Probably not. But I will make a garbage chute for it at some point, because that'll be much more efficient than what I'm currently using. Which is, you know. Baby goats probably are? Probably. But yeah, we probably won't sacrifice anything in it. Because that's dangerous. I do find it really cool, like, completely unknown and sort of bad Slaves to Armok 1 and how massively influential Slaves to Armok 2 is. I mean, Slaves to Armok 1 is massively influential, just not in ways that you know. Also, you can still download it. If for some reason you're like, man, I really want to play the original Slaves to Armok, there you go. There's a link. It's definitely a website made in the year 2000, too. Chapter 2, Dwarf Fortress, can be found here. At some point, I should play Slaves to Armok. I mean, you say that, Detro. You say that, but I don't know. I'm pretty sure someone has. What's Dwarf Fortress coded in? Chat, what's Dwarf? It's like some weird combination of C and C++, isn't it? Or C and C++. It's like some weird combination of things. Because I know it runs in C and also C++, but I don't know anything beyond that. No, it's a combination of things. Like the original base code was just C, and then at some point he's swapped to C++. Yeah, it's depending on how old the code is. And it's like 1.6 million lines of code or something. Yeah, it runs in CSGO. Yeah, there you go. Perfect. Dwarf Fortress, it runs in CS Source, actually. There's a quote from me on this channel ages ago stating, Dwarf Fortress is just a really, or everything is just a really complicated Minecraft mod. You thought TF was a StarCraft 2 custom engine? What year did StarCraft 2 come out? Because I'm pretty sure Dwarf Fortress had been out for like, maybe StarCraft 1. StarCraft, like Dwarf Fortress had been out for like a decade before StarCraft 2 came out, I think. Wasn't StarCraft 2 like early 2000s? Or early 2010s? Like, it was like 2013 or something that came out? I genuinely can't remember. Or actually, maybe it was before then, because I remember seeing that video on early days YouTube of the girlfriend deleting the StarCraft 2 beta key. Does anybody remember that video that popped up on YouTube that went totally viral of the girl who like dumped her boyfriend and then, as like a revenge thing, printed off the StarCraft 2 beta key and then put it through the paper shredder and deleted the email on video? Hey, Wolchbot. Does anybody else remember that, or is it just me? Trying to remember what that guy's name. I wonder if those videos are still up. They probably are. Okay, where the heck is Abe and why is it taking you? Oh, you're in bed. That's why. Deleted all of his WoW chat. I also remember that as well. Man, aren't like most of those videos fake? I'm pretty sure most of them are just fake. Back when like, bruh, I'm really mad at somebody, so I'm gonna post this video in a public space. Videos were really popular because that was before like mainstream social media. Really. You should post that in the pet section of my Discord, Freskins, instead of DMing it to me. Freskins sent me a picture of kitties. It did say go on a biting demonstration. Biting is a skill in Dwarf Fortress. Biting is a skill. They learn it in military training. They learn to bite. Miscellaneous object demonstration is maybe my favorite, though. Because that's just, here's how to pick up a dead rat and throw it at your enemy hard enough so that it goes straight through their skin. It's literally the skill of picking up random objects and throwing them. Or fighting with them. I had a were creature come into one of my forts once, not this one, ages ago. And it ran into the fort, punched one of my dwarves, stole that dwarf's hat, and then proceeded to use it as a miscellaneous object weapon, wield the hat, and beat the crap out of all of my dwarves with the hat, rather than scratching or biting them, and the hat was simply deflected in all cases. And the last thing that the were creature said before we finished beating its teeth into the point where it died was, I have improved my miscellaneous object usage, and that was satisfying. I have improved my miscellaneous object. That was satisfying. Once had a miscellaneous object built in the adventure mode game. It was a lot of fun. You just toss things and then your enemies explode. Yeah, pretty much. Yeah, pretty much. I once had a dwarf get killed by a piece of vermin that a dwarf... I had a forgotten beast get killed by a piece of vermin that a dwarf picked up. The dwarf picked up a rat, threw it, or like a dead hamster or something, threw it at the forgotten beast and went through their eye and fractured the brain. Fractured the brain. I don't know how you fracture a brain, but you know what? I'm not going to worry about it. And neither should you. Beating these dwarves with their own hats. I wish it was a werewolf. I've only ever seen one werewolf in Dwarf Fortress. Ironically, dragons are one of the rarest creatures in Dwarf Fortress. I've seen more dragons than werewolves. Werewolves are so incredibly rare. It is ridiculous. They should be called rare wolves, not werewolves. Oh, werewolf. I get it, not werewolf. Because you're wearing clothing. He turned into a slightly larger, angry, naked human. I mean, that's just called having, or that's just called binge eating. Come up in here. Reminds you of John Wick 2. He shot somebody in the head, but they tried getting up afterwards. I mean, there's this thing called being grazed by a bullet, not actually getting shot directly. I mean, that's like my favorite screenshots ever of Dwarf Fortress. The one where a were creature arrives, but it takes them too long to get to your fort. So instead of arriving as a were creature, it just says, "A dwarf peasant has come. A short creature fond of drink and industry. You will know why you fear the night." It's like, and then they immediately leave. Those are all, like that's my it should say beware his potent smell. Yeah, he made a battle axe. He made a battle axe, a unicorn bone battle axe. We were talking while I read the description quip in here. Unless, like, you happened to just get up right before I read it and then came back right after. That can happen? Yes, it's happened to me a couple times. It's always very, 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 very funny. There's one working right now? Is there? What? I thought it was done. Probably needs bones, I would assume. You are correct. Yeah, it needs bones, I think. Lots of metal bars. Bones, yep. It's bones. Bones! It's always bones. I did completely space. For some reason, I thought he'd already completed it, but... The bot just ripped y'all off. But yeah, no, we are trying to keep this fortress alive for 1,000 years, so it's more or less a dwarven soap opera. Actual, like, hyper exciting things don't happen super frequently. It's a lot of just, like, sustaining and keeping the fort alive. But unlike popular comments, I don't believe that keeping a fort alive like this is boring. Like, I've had some people just state, oh, you're only keeping that fort alive so long because you're just being really boring with it. It's like, well, no. But there's more ways to have fun with Dwarf Fortress aside from just blood, violence, and splattering people's intestines all over the floor. Like, yes, that can be fun too, but it's not the only way to be entertained with Dwarf Fortress. Of a Coke machine you once knew? It would just take your money and go and then run away. Yeah, we wait. Of a 1,000 population fortress? You should try a video game called Songs of Six. Because then you can have a 10,000 population base. Nobody's slaughtering the thingy? I'm gonna slaughter a few things. I mean, you could probably do a 1,000 pop fortress. I mean, all you need to do is, like, set the population limits. But in Songs of Six, you will have 1,000 people in, like, 20 minutes. It is pretty dope. I just wish it didn't make OBS crash for me, because it still does. I tested it again. There's a link if you're interested. But if it didn't make OBS crash, I'd play it more because that game is fucking cool. Yeah, it makes OBS crash for me. Moving the throne in that game, like clockwork, makes OBS crash. Yeah, no, totally. I mean, something I've wanted to do is try to do a 1,000 population fort. I've actually thought about trying to do that, but we'd have to do it like 100 dwarves at a time. What type of tea is it? Why did you ask what kind of beer it is? He literally just said tea. Freskins can't read properly, apparently. Lavender, chamomile, and some other herbs. I make my own tea out of lavender and chamomile.
Six!
Ah!
666! The number of the beast! Sacrifice is going on tonight.
Scared the piss out of me. Hi, Vid. How are you? Jesus, man. Also, shout outs to Hobo for the beautiful cover of a wonderful song. I used to just play the actual song, but then like Twitch did all the... I had to start paying attention to copyright shit, so... Rather than potentially risk that, I hired a very, very wonderful Hobo to do a perfect one-to-one cover of that song. No one will ever know the difference. And I am officially out of coffee for the day. I'm upset. Well, that's not quite true. Really? Could it be silk that you need? But I was making silk for a while. Also going to process some plants. But I'm pretty sure that I had silk. But thank you very much for the 666 bits, then. Cheers. The $6.66. I mean, I wish things would still make me go to sleep real quick. Could be like Soaky Lex? Yeah, I can get soak, though. That's cheese, not cloth, you wingnut. Yeah, I guess we are out of silk. We got tons of hemp, tons of pigtail, alpaca, llama, and sheep wool. So yeah, it is silk. But Simplex is already going to go collect webs. So let's just hang out with Simplex while Simplex goes and collects webs. Because do you really want to see dwarven children on caffeine, Murphist? Also, yeah, I agree. Why can't we brew coffee? I've wondered this question myself for a very long time. Specifically ever since I learned that there was coffee trees in Dwarf Fortress. This game has inspired so much character creation for you. I mean, Eurist McDwarfins. You do, you're a short, sturdy creature fond of drink and industry. It's an invention that happens after 500 years. I mean, there are trees, and they do make coffee fruits, and I'm pretty sure that coffee fruits can be picked and cooked. Actually, I need to check the wiki for that. I don't want to be wrong. DF wiki. My older sister. My older sister uses Dwarf Fortress to generate worlds for her DMing. Also, I need to follow that child now that that's done. There's a few dwarves collecting webs, so we should get that. I mean, it's... Okay, you know what? Let's actually, cancel that, cancel that, cancel that, cancel that. Go to one of these. Do it now! Which means someone should be spinning silk stat. Anyway, I'm also gonna look this up on the wiki. Coffee. Coffee trees bear coffee fruit. Fruits can be eaten or cooked and produced coffee beans when eaten. Coffee beans cannot be eaten or brewed into coffee, nor can their cherries be brewed into booze. Feel free to So feel free to cut each and every one of those useless elf houses. Crossed out. Some dwarves like coffee for their yummy cherries. Did child run away? Ah, shit. I was too slow. Who's your parents? Unib and Nosferatu. Well... yeah. We did get it done. But I was too slow. That is a shame. Sorry, Renbird. Such a shame. I mean, nobody's perfect, not even me. I won't make that mistake again. I had that. I literally only had that turned off and disabled. Because when we went off into the cavern layer, I didn't want them running off into the middle of nowhere and collecting that stuff. I feel bad. Sorry, Renbird, I'll make you a statue. Poor little dwarf. Poor little guy. Hey, Picture Point. What's up, man? Did you get abducted by aliens? I was chatting with Picture Point the other day in a Discord call, and the Discord call ended with, and I quote, "Talk to you later, man. I'm gonna go get abducted by aliens." So, also, did you put those videos that you sent me onto Nature is Fucking Lit? Because Nature is Fucking Lit is such a good subreddit. Such a goddamn good subreddit. Reasonable? I mean, you know it. You know. Hazelnut? Is that what we're calling Haas now? You know, Haas, if you ever get partnered and you get the emote prefix Haas, you should definitely make a hazelnut emote. You should do that. Should absolutely do that. Also, Picture Point, can I show those videos on stream that you sent me? Because those are way too fucking cool. Especially that last one. It's your call, though. Hazelnut. Hazelnut. Yes. Striking over and over and over within a cloud. Yeah. It looked like something from War of the Worlds. It's kind of cool. All right, give me a second. This is what I mean when Picture Points was saying he was gonna go get abducted by aliens. I mean, like, yeah. You're gonna go get abducted by aliens, indeed. It's like, holy shit. There is definitely an alien spaceship in that cloud. No fucking questions there. Absolutely no fucking questions. Surround yourself with friends you can trust, and you will be unstoppable, says Ghost. Yeah, same. It's been like 2 years or so here. And it wasn't even making any sounds, too, because, like, it wasn't striking the ground. Zeus sneezed. God damn it, Zeus! Maybe Zeus got COVID. He didn't wear a mask. Thor was playing with your damn hammers again? Yeah. God damn it, Thor. How dare you do such things? But yeah, no. Little bit of anxiety about the upcoming interview, but I'm sure it'll go fine. I'm sure it will go fine. I mean, well, come on. What could possibly go wrong? It's not like I haven't done this 3 times before. Although it's not really me worried about what's going to go wrong. I'm more just worried about potential unseen technical difficulties that'll just disappoint everybody. That's my actual worry always about these. Maybe he got grounded because flying was off the table during COVID. So he's just sitting in a cloud having a temper tantrum. Just the mental image of... Just the mental image of Zeus pissed off in a cloud is very funny to me. It's just very funny. Shut up, Quevinair. Ass, and it's not ball ass, it's ass ball. Come on. Ball assemble, actually. Ass is short for assemble. I mean, I got the grounded bit, but he would be grounded in a cloud. Otherwise, then wouldn't the lightning be striking the ground? Instead of just, like, sparkling in a cloud, you know? So I think I got it. Anyway. You know, every time I open up Steam, the first thing I see is this. Valve Index, get it now. And I'm like, yeah, for a low price of $1,320. Jesus, guys. It's giving Apple a run for their money for expensive fucking products. Oh, Jesus, that's going to take me a while. Hold on a second. Let me scroll up for a while. VMO. Equine mammals have legs. Red mushrooms cause fun episodes of hallucinations. Hunting werewolf monsters is preposterous foolishness. Forthwith, werewolf monsters must dance traditionally. Centaurs aren't kosher. Why macaws exist? Because they just do. Stilton and potato are foods that people must cut before using as ingredients for soup. Alcohol, like vodka, goes well with any depression. I don't know about that. Error with web browser critical. Bears aren't heavy weapons. Wait, no? One must not enter the rear door. Finland is negatively temperatured after questions. Suddenly there appeared cats. Done. Please add words to the add a word story room. I'm sorry, what? Seeker's tantruming. Seeker, no! Why you do this? You got into a fight with Patchwork. I don't think Patchwork was found dead. But, my leatherworks got toppled. Build new leatherworks. You have calzone. Ooh. Does it feel good to be in that calzone? Sometimes you got to be in a cal, and then the rest of the time you just zone. All right, so Seeker, 1, 2, 2 counts of disorderly conduct and 1 count of vandalism. Probably picking fights and such. With many cals. Yes, there are lots of calories in that zone. I haven't had... Last time I had a calzone, I was really drunk at a friend's house. We ordered 2 calzones from Pizza Hut, and then we ordered 2 more, and he ate all of them. I ordered a pasta from Pizza Hut. But I did have a bite of the calzone. You got a pretty rough beating. Jesus. It's mostly bruising, though. Yeah, it's all bruising. A little bit of bleeding. And 57 days in prison. 57 days in prison and a beating. That's pretty brutal. That's like more than a murder sentence for some dwarves. Also, Ryan, were you here earlier when I mentioned that podcast episode going up on Friday, publicly? Exclamation point podcast. If you want to listen to the podcast that me and Rhinestone do, which we didn't update for like a year because we mostly talk about new music and concerts. And well, I don't know if you'd noticed, chat, but it's been a minute since we've really had active amounts of concerts to go to and talk about. So you have to head up for the day. We'll see you later, Aqua. Cheers. You have a good afternoon, day, night, morning, whatever time zone you happen to be in. I don't know. I can't keep track. You absolutely failed at making pizzas? So you folded them in half? Oh, because you were just embarrassed to look at them? So you folded them in half? Makes sense. You post picture of unhealth FUD? Okay. That is indeed carbohydrates in a bread package. On a paper plate of all things. The paper plate's probably healthier than the calzone. But you know, everybody needs unhealthy food sometimes. Truth. And now we find out if Seeker likes being in prison or not. I have a few dwarves that really like being in prison. Yeah, I mean, like, everybody's allowed to eat something really unhealthy every now and again. It's just like it's acceptable to, like, you know, go to the pub and get a burger once in a while. Or now and again or whatnot. Like, nothing wrong with that.
Nothing wrong with that at all.
Yeah. As long as it's not like a daily thing. Repentant after being confined. That's very good. Being in prison for in prison for 60 days might actually cure you. 57, technically. You only got bruises from the beating, so that's good. Check in with you in a minute. You're not a big pub person? I like going to the pub just because I like the atmosphere of pubs. I went to the pub once by myself this year, and I just kind of hung out on the, like, just at the bar for a bit. It's kind of nice just seeing people being people in public, you know? Being drunk idiots. It's kind of fun. I enjoy it. Every English pub here is utter garbage, and every Irish pub here is also utter garbage. So, I don't. Yeah. In public, ah. People come up to talk to you there? Really? I don't think I've had a random person speak to me in the pub since like 2018. I'll talk to the bartender usually, but I think that I give off the I don't want to talk to people kind of take. Also, Rudd, are you going to the Citizen show first, or am I going to that show first? Because that show's in November here. When is it? When are you going to that show? Because if you're going first, I want your review before I go. People come out. I think the problem here is like there is a pub that I go to sometimes where people talk to you, but it's pretty far away, and I'm usually there with friends. And usually when I'm there with friends, I'm at a table or a friend. And if we're there and we're at a table, no one's going to walk up to your table and talk to you unless you already know them. But if you're at the bar, yeah, people will talk to you. But now it's like even harder to do that because like every chair at the bar is like encased in plexiglass. So, you know. Of what month? Of November? I think you're seeing... Okay, you might be seeing them the day after me then. I need to look at when my ticket was. Yeah, you're seeing them 3 days after I am. November 20th over here. All right. I was only off by 100 kilometers. Yeah. What, like not knowing what show you're going to in November? You've never had this problem? Is this a problem? I have this problem where there is 3 shows happening in a week in October and I want to go to all 3. But like, I probably shouldn't go to 3 shows in a week. Especially because like I haven't been to a show in like a year and almost 2 years now, right? So if I haven't been to a show in almost 2 years and then suddenly I go to 3 in a week, I'm gonna be dead. So I don't know if I really want that, you know? I'm not entirely certain that sounds healthy. I mean, you know, like, well, that's the worst that could happen, but, like, still. Renbird, I'm so sorry. Wait, what a place to die. On the roof. On the roof of the tavern. Just hire Cooler. He's an animator. He can reanimate me. Ha ha ha. Although I have hired Cooler to animate stuff, but he's too busy melting in Russia to be able to draw stuff from me right now because he's just like dying of heat exhaustion. So We need to crowdfund cooler air conditioning and a better power grid for his town so that he can power air conditioning. Ponder large sums. Yeah, they've been doing that for a minute. They've also been pondering dictionary, and they've also been pondering autobiography. You went to a show yesterday with your mom. They played a hurdy-gurdy and medieval instruments. Not really the kind of show I would go to, but I like a hurdy-gurdy. I've seen hurdy-gurdies. I just don't go out of my way to see hurdy-gurdy shows. And Dark Swords, good to see you. I hope that you've had a good couple really occupied days. I mean, Cooler should change his name to Warmer until summer's over. All right, putting the statue of Renbird. They are neat. They are neat. I've listened to a few bands that feature hurdy-gurdies, but I don't know if I would specifically go to a hurdy-gurdy show. I mean, I might. I don't know. I've been to weirder things. I went to a Mongolian throat singing show once, so just repentant. Well, you're less stressed than you were before. Prison seems to be helping, at least temporarily. Wait, what do you mean you had a cursed hurdy-gurdy? Throat singing is pretty rad, yeah. There's a couple people that have gone viral due to throat singing stuff during the pandemic, which is kind of funny because it's like, man, I've been aware of these guys for a while, and then suddenly they're all just like going viral. One of my something I'd really like to find more of are like metal bands that use throat singing as part of their music. Throat singing is pretty interesting. It is kind of interesting, yeah. It is kind of interesting. Although on the topic of music, I've fallen back into listening to way too much Andrew WK. Yeah, I do that every now and again. When I'm like the perfect level of depressed, I just end up listening to nothing but Andrew WK for like a month. So outside of like listening to my records, I've just been listening to Andrew WK because I don't have anything Andrew WK on vinyl. Because Andrew WK is supremely silly. Also, a lot of fun rabbit holes surrounding him if you want to fall down some fun rabbit holes. You found a Vane record? Ooh. Does anyone want to break shit? I would love to break some shit. What shit are we breaking? Comparative anatomy! I think that this dwarf is pondering large sums because of the large amounts of ball ass I have to make for him. Yes. What Rhinestone said. Data. Every Andrew WK album. But here's the thing. The only way to properly enjoy Andrew WK, you have to listen to the first album in full, right? Then you have to listen to the second album in full. Then you need to look up Andrew WK, Steve Mike Conspiracy, read about it, and then every time a new album comes up in the conspiracy, listen to that album in order while reading about the conspiracy. That's how to properly enjoy Andrew WK. That's how you properly enjoy Andrew WK. Also, or alternatively, just like listen to the deep dives about Andrew WK on the Chilluminati podcast or something. But like, the fun thing about Andrew WK is just how ridiculous the marketing surrounding him is, because it is batshit bonkers. and also kind of genius. And probably also kind of sad. And the annual tribute from Basti Just Max arrived. First album, second album, Conspiracy. Yeah. Socks smells dead! And nobody was shocked. R.I.P. Socks. R.I.P. Socks. Also, another thing about Andrew is he's ironically not bad at piano. Like he's actually like pretty okay at piano. Time to add a number to the socks, yeah. Also, 2-6 nice. Anybody got 69 bits? Because that's appropriate for the year currently. That's actually pretty big for them. Christ. They even brought a battle axe? Did they win the lottery? What happened? Oh, Ready to Die will always be my favorite song. Just because of like how happy, upgoing, and upbeat it is, and then it's like, you listen to the lyrics, it's like, are you singing about ritual sacrifice? What is happening here? There we go. Thanks, Anonymous. I'm not gonna lie, the only reason I contemplated playing Rage 2 for a bit was because they put Andrew WK in that video game. But you know what? Nah. Although it is on Game Pass now. So maybe. Maybe. They did well on the day, so we give them head pats? I mean, sure. Better get ready to die. Well, here we go. Also, I'm curious, has anybody here never heard of Andrew WK? Because if I'm exposing somebody to Andrew WK right now, all I have to say is I'm sorry. Like, as in Biggie Smalls' album? Is that really a Biggie Smalls album? That's the only Biggie I know. Yeah, I don't really know much about Biggie Smalls. I mean, I know a handful of songs, but that's just because of exposure. You poor sheltered souls. Hold on a second. I'm just gonna link a thing, okay? Just gonna link a thing. Just, this is the canonical Andrew WK live performance. Just, I can't play this music without getting sued, but like, just watch how this man dances. That's all you really need to know about Andrew WK. That's all that you really need to know. Although he normally plays piano, and in that one he doesn't. So he normally dances like that with a microphone in his pants while playing piano. Surprisingly well. Knock out and hopefully get at least 4 hours of sleep. Go nap. Have a good night. Just be lulled to sleep by the sweet soothing sounds of Andrew WK. You gotta go throw some windmill kicks. Yeah, pretty much. One of my, another really good Andrew WK quote is, from a news reporter, which is this some sort of conspiratorial joke by Steve Grohl? The man is almost... He's just like, he just flips out. Like, he doesn't dance. He just has a good time, and I respect it. On the item is a finely designed image of Renbird the dwarf and snails in iron by LaFonda. Renbird is surrounded by the snails. Renbird must have liked snails. Our poor child. Oh, all of his songs are about partying, though. That's the thing. They're all about partying. He is the party god, and he is the party philosopher, even. That is a very small elven trade caravan. I actually had bought tickets to see him, and then the pandemic happened, so. I mean, if he comes back to Vancouver, I'm going. There's also like conspiracy theories that he is not actually the original Andrew WK, and he killed himself, and his identical twin or doppelganger took over. There's also another conspiracy that he's not a real musician, and all of his live performances are faked, and half of them are done by doppelgangers. There's a lot of real fun Andrew WK shit out there. In reality, I think he was just really depressed and went to therapy and had some clever marketing around the fact that he vanished for a year. But it's still fun. And what's even better is he's totally, like, gone with it. Like, let me grab you a thing.
You were going to be here. We got a multitude of blogs and websites dedicated to saying you're a fraud. There are a variety of theories regarding your identity, many claiming that you're no longer the same Andrew WK, that somehow in middle of the year 2005, the original Andrew WK went somewhere and a new Andrew WK, that you're not the same person you were. How do you respond to all of this, which is a mystery to me?
Well, I guess I'm always dreading someone asking about this, and
give me a second. Gotta trade.
especially someone of your stature. But I'm glad in a way as well. I think these sorts of things, first of all, to anyone who's not familiar with me, why does it even matter? And it really doesn't, even if you are familiar with me, because what I hope people take away from me doesn't have to do with whether I even exist or not. For example, this is how I've thought about it to try to make myself feel better about these accusations. If you don't believe that Santa Claus exists, it doesn't mean that the joy that you would receive...
He's a fucking genius, though, because he just, like, responds with non-answers every time.
...from the idea of Santa is any less valid.
But how did all this start? Why did they think that you are not the original you?
For better or worse, some of this is based on some bits of truth, or facts, rather, and just in terms of... Well, I've said some things that would lead people to these sorts of conclusions that I'm not proud of having said, and decisions that I've made of who to work with.
So you created part of the problem?
I added to it at one point, thinking that sort of by accepting it, it would deflect it. I ignored it.
One person who could answer it and end it all would be your father. All he has to do is say, this is my son who I raised, and he's Andrew WK.
That's a very good idea, and I only wish...
So why doesn't he just step forward and end all those blogs and rumors and...
Because he's probably in the restroom right now. Otherwise, we could get him on satellite, and he could clear all this up.
Why hasn't he done it?
Well, probably doesn't want to have anything to do with a lot of this side of my work, which is best just ignored. Not that you shouldn't have asked about it. I think it has to do with doubt, which is a healthy instinct, a healthy questioning.
So you like this
instinct? I like
this
doubting
actually
things.
Helps your persona, doesn't it? No, wait a minute. This is a good gimmick.
Well, that's very kind of you to interpret.
Think about this. You create an aura.
It's so fucking good.
Think you're not. That's a great gimmick.
Well, that's
I've got it.
whatever way you want to take it.
You
that
did
makes
it.
you think that
That's
I'm
your
cool.
party.
If I've impressed you, then I have succeeded at something.
I'm told to ask you, I have no idea what this means. Who is Steve Mike?
That is the name of a group of people that helped me in my early stages, and I still work with some of them.
They're a group?
Yes, they go by a collective name.
Steve Mike. Sounds like one person.
It does, and it's a very bizarre and maybe a bit clumsy of a name, but this was their choice.
And there are numerous fan pages saying you're a member of organizations like Illuminati, the Italian, the Freemasons, the Church of Scientology. Any of that true?
I am not a member of any of those formally, no.
I'm not a
Hey,
member of
guys,
any of
Larry-
those formally, he says. Formally. He could informally be a member of those. He's got such a fucking good gimmick, and I love it. It's such a fucking good set of bullshit. Also, Twitch didn't like that because I went from 70 viewers down to 50. But yeah, that's why I like Andrew WK, is because like he has this bullshit aura around him that is wonderful, and he just rolls with it so hard that it's like because he did vanish for a while, but in 2005 internet wasn't what it is now, and it was a lot easier to like be a celebrity and go to therapy and get rehab and all that shit. And while he was gone, the people just started theorizing, and he just kind of ran with it and inflamed it rather than stating that he went to therapy. And he's so heavily ingrained in it now that it's just kind of part of his brand. It's very funny. It is very, very funny. But at the same time, I also believe all of it because it's really fun to believe it. He was like on Jackass and shit. Like, in the early 2000s, he did like 500 shows in 2 years. Like, dude was really big at one point. He was on MTV and stuff. But now he's just kind of like a cult, like pop rock star person. And all of his music is like weirdly uplifting now. It's very funny. And he's like a massive mental health advocate these days. He's probably in the bath. Yeah, he's probably in the restroom right now, or we could get him out here on satellite. So good. Ah, Jesus. My favorite is I am not part of any of those organizations, formally. There's also, hold on a second, like, let me find this video. There's a really good video of him doing, like, to give you an idea of the kind of person that he is. He uploaded this during the pandemic, right? It's literally 43 minutes of him drumming along, air drumming, along with other songs. But yeah, Napalm Death. Harmony of Corruption. The entire album. Of him just air drumming. Like, I don't know. He's too fucking funny. And he claims that it's the best workout that you could ever do. He's like, because people always ask him, they're like, because he got really buff in a pretty short period of time. They're like, how do you get so buff? He's like, I air drum. It's like, how did you get so ripped? Well, I sit here in this chair and I pretend to drum. It's fucking good. It's so goddamn good. It's literally the best brand. I wish my brand was half as good as his. It's legit. It's great. Keyboard cat video? Not familiar with it. Please inform. Be back in a second. I need to take a piss. I'm probably streaming. Taking a piss is what I was doing. It's just a keyboard cat video? Huh. Oh. I think I just figured out why stuff was on fire randomly earlier. The forgotten beast, Osman, has come. An enormous blob composed of flame. It has an enormous shell and it squirms and fidgets. And it's in the water, and the water is going psss. Look at all that steam. Oh, there we go. Well, everything's on fire now. This whole cavern layer is about to burn. Great. Means shadow? It doesn't mean burning? You sure about that? Yeah, and it vanished off the map. Not before it set the ground on fire. Do you think it already died? Like, do you think it put itself out? The fire seems to have stopped. And then make a mist room? It would be a steam room, actually. I would think. I mean, its shadow was definitely on fire. I mean, Steam could could cast a shadow theoretically. Pilot, what up? It's good to see you. But yeah, I hope that you guys enjoyed the very short, minor jump into Andrew WK lore. Although, jokes aside about Andrew WK, as Forgotten Beast Sauna, I feel like Steam hurts dwarves, doesn't it? Doesn't it burn them? Jokes aside about Andrew WK, though, his music genuinely is pretty therapeutic. for myself, when I'm in bad fits of depression, I do find his music genuinely therapeutic. Seeker, are you still depressed? Seeker is no longer depressed and enjoyed his time in prison. Good. Or her time in prison? I think her time in prison. Yes, her time in prison. Good stuff. Best way to steer away with the fat so they get skinnier? I mean, I don't, if it was caged, I don't think it would produce steam. But I guess in theory you could, although, you'd have to be like dumping water on it perpetually. I don't know. I feel like that would be weirdly difficult to do. But maybe, I mean, maybe you could. I think it's already dead though. Because there was a cave crocodile and then it disappeared. Oh, no, it's back. Look at all the water, like draining because it's evaporating. That's wonderful for... Although it's not really hurting the frame rate from what I can tell. Why is it just in the water, though? It's like sucking all of the corpses towards it. Because the water's evaporating and causing currents in the water to go towards it. I have a feeling this thing would be really easy to kill, though. You just need to hit it once. Doesn't even have deadly blood or anything. It's just a ball of fire. You just need to slap it. Someone call Gabe Newell here. We got too much steam in the water. I wonder if it's getting the blood out of the water, actually. Man, this is doing some wild things to the physics. Look at all the Gorlak bodies just getting sucked into it. It's like a fucking black hole. That is weird. I've never seen anything like this before. Like, literally, I've never seen anything like this before. This is, like, oddly hypnotizing. This is cool. Forgotten Roomba? I mean, I don't think it's actually destroying the corpses. It might be. It's hard to tell. Yeah, it's just like sucking them in and leaving them elsewhere. Whoa, what's with all the steam? Or not the steam, the smoke. As it's like belching out smoke all the time. Look at that. See? Look at all the... Is that stuff catching fire, maybe, and then immediately burning out? Yeah, that might be what it is. There it is. Finally got out of the water. It must be the other half of it. That would be the original Andrew WK, not the new Andrew WK who came back after others left. I can't check its temperature because I don't have DF hack. It is, however, setting stuff on fire. I mean, I saw one red splatter, meaning something was destroyed. I don't have any soap block doors. Don't worry about it. All of the entrances to the caverns are sealed, so we shouldn't have any issues. What are all those pond grabbers? This is the most effective vacuum cleaner I've ever seen in Dwarf Fortress. It's like cavern cleaners reporting for duty. I mean, I didn't seal it with soap blocks, but... Also, fire doesn't really hurt your frame rate. Fire only hurts your frame rate if there's a dwarf getting blocked. And because the caverns are sealed. Hoover? What a... I don't know what Hoovers sound like. I don't own a Hoover, so... Nice attempts. I'm trying to just figure out if corpses are getting burnt. This is like Cavern Exterminator. Operation Vacuum Suck! Are you guys finding watching this Forgotten Beast as satisfying as I am? Especially watching it in the water. That is weirdly cool, just watching everything just get, like, pulled into it. That part is super neat. Yeah, this thing must have been down in the lower cavern layers. Which is probably why we were getting something... And the cavern layer has collapsed. Notifications. Also, I'm glad that you guys are enjoying the Andrew WK shenanigans. Because sometimes I feel like a crazy person when I get so much enjoyment looking into that stuff. It's like the only time I really feel like a crazy conspiracy theorist person. I'm just like, I enjoy this conspiracy theory maybe a little bit too much. Those fires burnt out pretty quick too. But I guess I will take note, because clearly chat didn't really like that. I'm glad that some of you did, but a lot of people tuned out when I was talking about Andrew WK shit, so noted for the future. Keep that shit to the podcasts. And off the mainstream feed. Have you seen the Netflix documentary about Flat Earth? Audio? Behind the Curve? I mean, it's not really an invasion. It's more just like a water vacuum cleaner. Did you lose audio or something? Because you should still be able to hear my voice. If you can't, there's something wrong. There's a pun grabber in here. 2 of them, in fact. And they're just like, what the fuck? I was just trying to figure out what you meant by audio question mark, Animal. Did I call you audio? Oh. Animal audio, same thing. You should just, like, get their password. Netflix doesn't care if you share passwords. Yes. Animal, audio, applesauce, audible. All 3-syllable words. So now the real question is, how long is this thing going to go around burning the caverns for? Eternity? I hope not. I really want, like, a troglodyte to go smack it or something. It's just a blob. Dad, thanks for the Netflix password. I now believe the Earth is flat. What? I'm proud of you. Just like your family. You too now believe the Earth is flat. It is definitely cleaning some of the blood. Like see all the blood is just like instantly getting cleaned off the ground. Which is kind of neat. I guess like the heat is like making the blood go away. I mean, some people believe the Earth is hollow, which I actually think is almost somehow more ridiculous than thinking the Earth is flat. Nothing. I'm pretty sure he's been on record saying that the Earth isn't flat. Earth is a jawbreaker? I like to believe that the Earth is inside of a marble that's getting played with by aliens. Circa Men in Black theory. If this wasn't solidity, we would not be able to have this gravity. Yeah, right? I'm pretty sure that the Hollow Earth people also have, like, theories of how the Earth would have gravity. It's fiction. Sucks. Just, you know. That's how. You know, I just saw Steam release beta, and I thought you were talking about actual news for a split second there, and I was very excited for like a quarter of a second. Also, I don't know about you guys, but I'm still sitting here going dum 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 dum. I mean, they're also behind the moon. Just like the movie about the Nazis from the dark side of the moon. I'm pretty sure there's also a movie about Nazis underneath the flat Earth, so you know. 2026, I think. Sucks. Yes, stoned. I mean, just look at America right now. Although, speaking of that subject, I would like to interrupt this message with a message from Tom Morello. Let me find that picture. So, you know. The moon is just the backside of the sun. Are you saying that it's the sun mooning us? Is that what you're telling me? If you have to ask that question, Socks, please see the image again. Just rewind the stream and go look at that image again. And that'll also answer your question. I mean, to be fair, you kind of walked into that one, Data. Once again, Socks, if you have to ask that question, please see that image again because it will answer your question. Just because you want to fuck them doesn't make it nice. And doesn't change the message. The message is still the same. Also, I like that you're in my chat trying to jokingly defend Nazis. Can I just like say that out loud for a split second here? I like that you are jokingly defending Nazis. Naturally. Data. Naturally. I mean, I don't actually like that, so please stop. Anyway, Andrew WK wouldn't like that very much. You defending those folks. Set them on fire? Stone? Watched a video once of saying rockets are fake because each launch costs as much as a big house. Also, to fake it, they would have to release a large helium balloon that makes a smoke trail on which they project the flames?
Cool Streamlab Peeker.
What, animal? Dark Brawny! How you been? Long time no see. Thanks for the full fucking year. Chat, can I get a big round of beers for a whole goddamn year? Let's to believe Hitler is inside the air and then prepares to reclaim this. That creeps the fuck out of me. There's a lot of people on this earth that creep the fuck out of me for a variety of problematic reasons. Those ones are at least easy to laugh at. I think it's a mix of contrarians having a lark, frog for hire, and then people with concerning amounts of mental illness, and then some genuinely stupid people who probably would be incredibly intelligent if they actually had a proper education. So it's a combination of trolls having a laugh, people who are in a very concerning headspace that probably need help, and then people that are incredibly intelligent and want to find solutions to questions that they're asking that never had any proper schooling. That's a combination of those three. That's how you get conspiracy theories like Hollow Earth and Flat Earth and all that shit. It's people that are intelligent but are uneducated. Yeah, and I'm going to do my best to not cause that number to arrive any sooner by staying very far away from other people and not making more of people's. Also, chat room. I owe you guys a thank you while the game is saving. Thank you for watching these mad fucking streams. We've been doing this for almost a year now. Next month, we will have been doing Longdeath for a whole year. You guys are still watching. I don't know if there's something wrong with me or something wrong with you that you guys are still watching. But thank you for watching the stream. Seriously. Thank you. For those of you who've been watching for longer than that, and those of you who've joined in with the stream in the last year, just thanks for supporting this weird stream. Because if it wasn't for you guys, I wouldn't be able to pay my bills and would have to go get a job at a gas station or something. Because that's about how much education I have. Because, believe it or not, whenever I talk about jobs and shit, people are always like, oh, you'd land in a games industry position somewhere. There was a period there where I was trying to do that. And, yeah, it didn't work. I don't think it would work now. That's the people with concerning amounts of mental illness part. Stone. It's called mental illness. You received a caravan with massive amounts of whale tallow. I've gotten whale leather and shark leather and stuff. Yeah, the humans oddly often have whale meat and stuff like that. I mean, I second this fact. Spitalier? You know what I mean, though, Socks. Thanks for being a smartass, but you know what I mean. I didn't get hired for this position. And also, it's irrelevant experience-wise for actual hired positions. As a messed up human, I can confirm your butt is very intelligent. Is that what your exes tell you? I was trying to say thank you, is what I was trying to say. The messed up ones are probably hopefully a loud minority. I sometimes feel that the messed up humans on the earth are a silent majority, not a loud minority. But it's also hard to tell. It's real hard to tell. It is genuinely hard to tell. Hope is faith's richer. Hope is faith's richer, bitchier sister. Not fully sure I understand what that means, but okay. I've also never heard that saying before. My mayor has another demand. You want to find pewter bed again? Well, I literally am incapable of doing that. So. They asked for a fine pewter bed and then a fine pewter chest previously, and I gave them the fine pewter chest, and I literally can't make them a fine pewter bed. Because that's literally not a thing you can do in DF. Absolutely impossible. It's actually one of those, that's impossible moments. We're putting the last few rocks back. Amused, remembering wearing old clothing. That's a weird thing to be amused about. Well, I mean, like I always say, Murphist, our technology and interactions with technology has changed and increased at an extremely rapid rate. Book by Tree is called Surgery Might Help. It concerns the use of animals as surgical models. Second one, about animals as surgical models. Our technology and the way we communicate using technology has accelerated at an exceptionally rapid rate, right? The thing is, our brains haven't really evolved much in the last, 500 years. Our brains basically remained the same. So when you take into account that our brains are essentially identical to what they were at one point previously, yet the way we interact with each other and the way we communicate and the way we do everything has completely changed. It's not the best for our brains, which is why I think you have a lot of people that are a little wacko these days. And why you have so many bizarre problems popping up with people. It's because of how we interact with technology. At least that's how I see it. I also could be completely wrong. Maybe people have always just been a little bit wacko, and it's just more obvious now that we're all so heavily connected. But also, you're basically just agreeing with me, Jack, too. You're basically agreeing. So, yeah. Quite literally. Which is also why it's slowly becoming harder and harder and harder and harder and harder for people to meet people. Although, I read a conspiracy theory pretty recently, and I don't put a huge amount of weight on this, that dating... I think it was probably a conspiracy theory that was started by a lonely white kid like myself, which essentially just states that, dating apps are actually a conspiracy made by our government to make it harder to meet people. Like, it's like, well, I can kind of see that. It's like, they're trying to stop us from communicating so that we can't breed. It's like, well, I mean, I could see that. I don't believe it, but I could see that. I wonder what the brain developed to be adjusted to media human would look like. Have you seen Wall-E and the people in that spaceship? Probably not too far off of that. Humans have arrived. The royal treasurer. Who's the royal treasurer? Ooh, we have a new royal treasurer. Ganna Snarl released. Vikasir. Vikasir? We have a new royal treasurer, Stone. Would you like the description? His quite sparse hair is extremely long. He is very fat. His brass eyes are protruding. His nose is slightly hooked. His ears are somewhat narrow. His hair is tan, and his skin is sandy taupe. I mean, his hair is tan, so he's probably middle-aged. He doesn't have any gray hair yet, or younger than middle-aged. Probably pretty young, actually. Yeah, I mean, you mean tan-haired? Not tan skin? Yeah, I think we could have this dude around for a while. It's a definite possibility. Also, thanks everybody for the recent follows. Cheers. That is interesting. A younger royal treasurer. I want to know what happened to the last royal treasurer. I feel like they probably all just die of old age, but I don't know. I like to think that he got eaten by a giant crocodile or something. Like, I like to think there's maybe a little bit more to it than, you know, just the simple... He died. Oh, did you miss that? Yeah. They don't have gray hair. They don't have gray hair. This person. Stone likes to draw them sometimes, so there's the description if you'd like it. Also, not just to remind everybody, not tomorrow, but the day after, 1 hour from now, so in 49 hours from now, I will be having a chat with Tarn Adams on my stream, the programmer of Dwarf Fortress. So do your best to show up if you can, yeah? It'll be fun, I swear. You've drawn everyone since you started? Okay, fair enough. Fair enough. Sometimes. I do it all the time. I never stop, in fact. You are indeed correct. Speaking of... I'm curious about how many questions have been sent in. I currently have a list of 124. Royal Treasurer portrait painter? No, I think he would actually be the bookkeeper. Maybe Stone would have like an engraving hobby. Well, every interview I've done with him so far, I've asked about 30. It's a 6-hour interview. Man, if it ended up being a 6-hour interview, I'd probably put it up on YouTube in 2 or 3 parts. If it was a 6-hour interview. It's not though, so. Ganach, Vicekar says, on behalf of the Merchants Guild, let me extend my greetings to your people. There is much to discuss, and I am a chain smoker. Where did this voice come from? The world is the same as ever. What requests do you have of our merchants? All of the wood, please, so I don't need to chop it down. You would watch the whole thing. Uh-huh. I mean, literally, like, I put in... I was talking to a friend of mine the other day, and I was saying that with each of these interviews, the edited ones that I just put up on the YouTube channel, I put about 20 to 30 hours in. And the interviews I do with Tarn, I put roughly 20 hours in to most of them. Just editing time, prepping time, checking the questions, doing all of the preview stuff, monitoring stuff, writing the whole thing down, and then editing it. And I literally do them for clout, basically. Like, it's my way of giving back to the community that I am fortunate enough to make a living interacting with, and also hopefully reach and find more people so that my streams can get bigger so that I can keep doing this. It's really a shit ton of work for not a lot of financial benefit. I've been trying to do that, but not on the walls of the trade depot, because you can't do that. I mean, I guess you could do it around the edge. I've been making statues of the dwarven ones and putting them in the basement. Not the human ones, though. Wax snarl release. You know, if Wax snarled at me, I would be concerned. Like, if I bought a candle and it was like, I'd be like, oh, God. I would be very concerned if Wax snarled at me. But, you know, I am one of the, I'm one of the few lucky ones, or unlucky ones. I don't know who gets to do this full time. So I owe you guys a lot. I really do. So I literally like put those videos out and hope that I just get tips around it because ad revenue is very minimal. But, you know, here we are. Which is part of the reason why my Patreon year annual subscriptions is currently on sale. You know, it's funny because like I feel like I sell out way too much and talk about money way too much and talk about like funding the stream rate way too much, and then I watch some other streams and they're just like every 5 minutes like fucking clockwork. Yo, buy my merch. It's like, man, I don't do this at all. I need to do this more. I mean, you can if you really want to, Frog. I do have merch. It's beneath the stream if you want to go look for it. Do I owe you a soda now or something? How does this work, Frog? It's been a while since someone has jinxed me, so I don't know what the current rules are. Back in the day, it used to be either jinx, you owe me a soda, or jinx, you're not allowed to talk for until the other person releases you. It was one of the two. Yeah, I don't know, but like calling someone a jinx is like, has various rule sets depending on what year. You never read into the jinx rules? I don't know. It was a thing when I was in elementary school. Age. Squog, what up? Good to see you. Hope you've been well. Squog, I have a question. What's the music situation at your new job? I remember at the old job you used to just play random music to upset your coworkers, but like, what's the current music situation at your new job? Is music allowed? Do they have good taste in music? Are you not allowed to play music? Do they have bad taste in music? Not allowed? Boo! No fun. You assume it isn't? Well, I guess nobody listens to music then. You haven't asked. I guess no music is better than bad music. I would rather have no music than bad music. Content after pondering disease classification. The classification of disease. This is cold. That is a flu. That is a demon's curse. Speaking of curses. Oh, fire monster is still alive. Stuff's just burning. I think we should nickname this this Forgotten Beast Burning Sanders. Or maybe Burning Cinders? There we go. Because you were alone in the back shop and music and volume wasn't an issue? Fair enough, yeah. Just play it quietly. I mean, I used to get away with it at my old job because I used to just put an earbud in. And then just not say anything. Seth Thanos! So Thanos, at some point I need to like get you in a Discord call and we need to talk about Archcrystal. We need to do that. What? Why are we booing people? What? Booing a resub, you big meanie? Thanks for the 8 months. Cheers. Chat, can I get a big round of beers for Sathatos? We should do that. I've had some people ask at some point if I could get the people who did Boat Murdered to do a video with me, and I'm like, I don't. That's like decades. For the bad name. I said a bad. What did I say? Say that was bad. Oh, burning sand. Oh, burning cinders. Okay. Fair enough. Fair enough. Fair enough. Yeah, it's like 2006. It's like, yeah, that's like a long time ago. Like for a real long time. Although seriously, we should call this thing Bernie Cinders. Because seriously, it's just a blob of fire and it's just going around setting my fucking caverns on fire nonstop. Listen to music. Maybe it's break time for the dwarves for a bit. I think my mayor is starting to get like early onset dementia because my mayor keeps on requesting things I literally can't make. She wants a fine pewter bed. Not possible. It's like, honey, we don't make those into beds. She'll forget it eventually. Ballista arrows, yeah, lots of them. Flying to Dallas? What you doing in Dallas? Are you just flying to Dallas and back, or are you like going to go stay in Dallas for a bit? I haven't been on a plane since 2019. Coming back from TwitchCon was the last time I was on a plane. Dude, I could go for some salad right now. Getting lunch before flying home. You're just living that Elvis life, flying to a different city to get lunch. Can you please do me a favor and film that whole flight? just a time-lapse video of getting in a plane, flying to Dallas, running into the sandwich place, getting a sandwich, running back to the plane, flying home. Kind of the training life? Yeah. No, fair. That makes sense. I mean, you are learning to be a pilot. But do you know what you're doing for lunch, or is it just they, like, eat a sandwich in the airport and then fly home? Because, like, you better have, like, a burger joint or something that you're planning to go to, you know? Time lapse is planned. Good. Well, there is air on our planet, so I don't know if we're on air planet. I think air planet would be more like a gas giant, right? Like a planet that's just a bunch of like chemicals and shit. Man, we are definitely in the middle of summer. Good lord. Right now is normally like peak hours for my stream. And normally around this time we have like, I don't know, 60 to 100 people. And today it's just like 45. We are definitely in summer. This is what I mean when I say that summer's slow for streams. And this is why I need to do things like promote this shit more. But, you know, streamer gotta eat. Not sure yet. I was going to look up some places tonight. Man, I think that's the first thing I would do is figure out where I was going for lunch. How much time do you have in Dallas? Because I'm assuming you're on a pretty strict schedule. Because usually that sort of thing is. I'm also curious to see how many people tune in for the Tarn Adams interview. because out of all of the ones I've done so far, this one has had the biggest initial response. Like, the most questions have been sent into this one. The announcement video got the most, like, traffic out of any announcement video I've done. So I'm really curious to see how it does. It'll be a lot of fun. I think we should, I think it's time to lock the dwarves in the celebrate room. Before the instructor's wife starts to worry about him. Fair. Fair. I didn't even think about that. I don't know. I just assumed we were going alone. That, and I'm also very much expecting next month to be really slow, stream-wise. Because, just because I'm, that's when the RimWorld expansion comes out. And that period of time is going to be a quiet bit on the stream. Yeah, what plane are you flying? That's also another fun query. Reform dance. Ponder disease classification. Ponder doubts about reproduction? That is such... this is such a apt name for a book for this fortress. It's a one-page manual entitled Doubts About Reproduction, authored by Cheers Jamie. I've never seen this one before. It concerns reproductive behavior and of creatures. The writing contains some asides related to the author's preferences. And it has a hint of tenderness. It's passable. That's a dwarf that's been dead for a while. I've never seen that book before, so somehow I missed that one. Reproductions are the side effects of more dwarves. I just think it's funny that Doubts About Reproduction is the name of it. Link in Discord for what you did today? Neat. Neat. Single engine Cessna. Cessna was the only airplane I was ever able to figure out how to fly in Flight Simulator X. Because I played quite a bit of Flight Simulator X a while ago. Literally, it's the only airplane I was ever able to figure out how to fly relatively competently. It's the only plane I was able to just like figure out because I was a dumb little kid and was playing Microsoft Flight Simulator at like 30 FPS on a crappy laptop. Flight Simulator X. I don't know. It came out in like 2005. I'm not sure if it's the 10th one, but it was just called Flight Simulator X. That's the one that I own. I also owned Flight Simulator 98, which I got from Sweden very legally. Very, very legally, I would like to assure you. Definitely did not acquire that in any non-legal means. Facts. But yeah, no, I had Flight Simulator 10. I don't know if it's the 10th one. Or X. Specifically, I don't know if it's the 10th one. So what you're saying is that the Earth without art is Canada? That's what you're telling me. Oh, also, chat, I've got a good link. I got a good blog link for you. That's a pretty good link. Trust me, you'll like it. You know the original of that one too? It was included with the CD stand you bought? Really? It was stuck in the CD stand you bought. Did you ever get it unstuck? Also, remember buying CD stands? What, in Flight Simulator? Pilot guy? Do you use Flight Simulator or do you use one of the more advanced simulators? I actually know somebody who used to stream full-time for a bit and now is actually a professional flight simulator coach because he has some disabilities that stop him from being able to actually fly planes, but he's so knowledgeable about planes and the procedures through Flight Simulator. He's now a coach. He's like a base level coach and he coaches people how to fly using Flight Simulator, which is kind of wild. Spitalier is now depressed. You want to pray? Well, go pray then. You want to hear eloquent speech? You know what? Dwarf, how about I make you into a performer? Go perform eloquent speech. Hi, Pi. How are you? You're stealing spot 3? Thanks for stealing spot 3. Cheers. With your 2 cents. You used FSX now? Really? You don't use one of the other simulators? Because, like, there's more detailed simulator. I don't know. I feel like there's just so many really good ones out there now. And thanks for the $1. Spitalier. Cheers. Fuck. I'm sorry, Pi. You're still #1 in my heart. I actually saw you at #1 on someone else's stream last night. Now I'm trying to remember who it was. With, I think, 1 penny. I mean, maybe Spitalier needs to add another penny and get spot #2. Or just another $10 in pennies, and then just get #1. I don't know. No pressure. But thanks for the $1 all the same. Cheers. Ponce? Ponce, yeah, that's who it was. Yeah, it was Ponce. Ponce is good people. Also, Pi needs a sub to the channel. Pi's been around longer than any of you. Actually, maybe not any of you, but most of you. Animal might have been around longer than Pi. Maybe. Not by much, though. Work plenty fine. Fair enough. But actual, like, flight simulation stuff, there's better software out there, I guess. Yeah. Oh, hello there. It's kind of funny. Most of the people that I know who watch me but also watch Ponce found Ponce through me. So it was kind of funny to just run into you there. Ponce is good people. Also, that's one of the first times I've seen those Hype Train as close things in a while. Pilot, thank you very much for the gifting us up to Pi. Thanks for watching the streams, Pi. Cheers. Also, it looks like Stone's art is in the Discord, in the post art room. 1 second faster. I mean, yeah. If you gift another one to another person, it won't speed things up. But
Breathing my air! This is unacceptable!
you know, after all of these years, it's still unacceptable. Hasn't quite been years, but after all this time, it's still unacceptable. Spitalier, is there a particular reason why you were standing in that one place and not moving? Now I got you free. That dwarf was just sitting in one spot, just like slowly getting more and more and more upset. And still is. All right, well. Just turn this off and let you go do what you gotta do. Whatever that be. Warframe. Or so I'm told, anyway. I don't know. I've never actually encountered that in Warframe because I never really played Warframe outside of I played for a bit and then got motion sick and then stopped. But it's from Warframe. Supposedly. Three more ballista arrow assemblies. Spitalier, thanks for gifting a sub to Cheshire. 404 subs not found. Hype train's still close. If anybody's got a resub and you pop it, it'll start a hype train. I'm just saying. But thank you much. Cheers. Got into an argument. Oh, that's why you were stuck. Thanks for lurking to be able to get one, Cheshire. Now you can post debugs in Bell's chat. Cheers, Peak. You did it. The hype train actually started. I think that's the first one this month. It's been a minute. Cheers, guys. Regardless of if it makes it to the second level. Cheers all the same. Man, Black Hole. That was another dwarf that died in an unfortunate way. You just spammed it in his channel? Absolutely. Yeah, you do need another dwarf. Yours died of old age at the beginning of spring. Maybe give it another year. Or grab another one next stream. Let's not let you die twice in one stream again. So yeah, next time. We'll get you another dwarf. Because your old guns died. But chat, thank you very much, everybody, for keeping the channel funded. One gifted sub, penny, and patron support at a time. Which, by the way, I would like to remind you, if you are supporting me on Patreon right now and would like to up for a whole year, you can get a 16% discount on 1 year subscriptions. I'm doing the sale because I do have very part-time income from my parents because I work for them very part-time, and I don't get that over the summer. Last sale I did was around December last year, I think.
Cheese! For everyone!
And thanks for the $1, Frog. Thank you much for the $1. I'm not selling out too much, am I? If I'm too whiny about money, chat, just yell at me. I'll shut up. Summer's just stressful season for me. Who needs more winning? Are you by winning? Because if you're banging 7-gram rocks and that's how you roll, you definitely are by winning. Well, at least you're satisfied in this job. Thanks for the $2, Murphist. Cheers. I'm surprised that this dwarf is upset. Hopper Bud. I think we're going to do clothes making. You know, we could actually start clothes making pretty soon. Got to start all this stuff up again.
Summer is wedding season in my industry. I
Oh, really?
always can't wait until it ends. D.
You always can't wait until it ends? Yeah, I guess you'd be busy, wouldn't you? Because of summer. Thanks for the $4.50. Cheers. Yeah, no, I don't like summer because everybody goes outside and gets social lives in the summer. Summer last year, I obviously didn't have this problem, but... And just pushing it over. Finish the first level. Cheers, Beak. But summer is always slow season for me because I have an audience of the age that has families, right? Summer vacation happens in the summer. People go on vacations. People go on trips. People get busy over the summer and go do real life things. So it's always the season of people go do real life things. And I can't blame people for that. But it also directly means that outside of June, which is my birthday month, which usually does pretty well because it's my birthday month, summer is like tighten the belt season. So haven't been buying records or anything. Haven't been doing much. It's just hanging out and waiting for October. But seriously, thank you very much. All the same. For all the bits. That dwarf just keeps getting stuck. I don't like it. So I'm going to turn off the celebrate season. Because that's probably long enough. Not super okay with this dwarf just getting stuck there constantly. Section of cavern has collapsed. Again! Because of the stupid steam thing. Okay, so we'll go make the ballista arrows and then everybody else can go make dresses. Slide Scoop, you wanted to craft, right? No, you have clothes making. Well, I'm going to jump down to here. Going to turn on all these. We'll start more cloth making going up, and we'll also start some dyeing going on, because I got a few dye. I usually do. Also 267 subs. Whoa! There's a lot of little numbers at the end of the $3 there. Cheers, Murphist, for the $3.10. Thank you much. And, of course, chat, big round of beers for all the generosity. Everybody helping keep the silly streams funded. And the interviews funded and everything else that I get to do. But yeah, no, just to kind of mention what I kind of want to do with Sathatos at some point, is I'd like to make a video talking about kind of what happened in that fortress, the story of that fortress, kind of like just take that blog post, because that blog post gets some views every now and again, like people see that blog post still, and just kind of boost that again. Just kind of remind people what Archcrystal was, because that was such a neat fortress. Like, I remember reading that shortly after it happened because a few news posts popped up about it. It is one of the neater stories for DF, and unlike something like Boat Murdered, it's easier to track down the person who made it because you tune into the streams every so often. Boat Murdered would be a nightmare because there's a lot of them, and assuming everybody's still using the same usernames, it would still be very difficult. You have a good night, Animal. Thanks for hanging out. Still need to finish the end of it. I mean, isn't everything perpetually just a work in progress? I don't know. I think it'll be fun. Thanks for the $1, LaFonda. Also, LaFonda, we had a child die in the fort, and your dwarf made the statue, which is an image of wren, bird, and snails. I feel real bad. Makes me sad. But yeah, you have a good night, Animal. Cheers. Thanks for hanging out. It wasn't very stable by that point. I wonder if you could take that save file and plop it into the current version and if it would run any better. I wonder. I do genuinely wonder. Thanks, guys, for the little hype train. Cheers. $14 and 2 subs. Cheers, everyone. Well, $14.29. Choo-choo indeed. Choo-choo indeed. But you don't think the new version understands anymore? Right. Right. Because that was before, like, the current assembly system. You rented an e-scooter, now you want one? Oh, so you're one of those horrible people. Cool. You know, it's funny with the, you know, the e-scooters, right? In order to rent an e-scooter, you need a driver's license, which means they're completely useless to me. No, I hate people who use those things. I fucking hate those things. They are a menace to society. I don't know about them burning down houses, but I fucking hate those things. Because, yeah, you're supposed to ride them in the bike lane. You're also supposed to wear them with a helmet on. No one rides them in the bike lane, and no one wears a helmet. They're also silent, so I can't hear them. So I'll just be walking, and then I'll randomly have somebody yelling at me on the sidewalk behind me. Get away! It's fuck you, you cunt. Christ. Like, literally, like, that's what I get to deal with. I hate it. I fucking hate it. So it's a fun thing that I'm not legally allowed to use. And, everyone rides them on the fucking sidewalk anyway. I feel the same way about e-bikes. For the exact same reasons. Was more efficient. It has a bell on it. I don't fucking care if it has a bell on it. I hate those things. I'm sorry. It's not you. It's them. I'm sure that you are obeying all of the laws, but just fucking walk or get a bike like a normal person. No, they're literally electric scooters, Guevenier, not mopeds. No, you don't, because you want one. If you understood, you'd be like me and say, fuck them, and not get one. And then they'll feel bad. I doubt that they'll feel bad. I'm probably just going to become a isolated hermit who has no friends. Are called scooters in the Netherlands. Maybe in some other countries too. Well, that's wrong. Scooters and mopeds are different things. Moped is more akin to a motorized bicycle. But, you know. That's also wrong, because a step doesn't roll out of the way when you step on a step. A step is part of a stairs. So if you step on a step, that's a step. If I were to step on a step and it rolled away, that would be bad. Why would you call something that's supposed to be stationary and as part of stairs a scooter? You guys in the Netherlands, you're strange. You're very strange. Won't change your decision? You're a horrible person, LaFonda. I've just lost 0.001% of my respect for you. Which means I still respect you just fine, but slightly less. E-roller? See, that's like my new SoundCloud rapper name, except it's Lil E-Roller X, actually. Stairs on wheels. Well, just get Heelys, actually. Just get Heelys instead of fucking e-scooter. Yeah, no, I fucking hate e-scooters. But then again, I also fucking hate most people, so. Here we are. Although, I prefer e-scooters to fucking Segways. There's a few guys in tuxedos who roll around in the downtown parts of my town on fucking Segways. And whenever I see them, I just want to throw a stick in their wheel. Like, fucking fall flat on your face, you asshole. Especially riding that shit on the sidewalk. The problem, like, see, they kind of make sense to a degree to me, Freskins, in, like, LA. Where it's dry, dusty, and flat. Right? Here, it rains 8 months of the year and is wet and gross. People are super down to use those things in the summer, but in the winter, they just sit. The batteries die, and they are a public pollution problem. Yeah, no, absolutely. I was out at the Olympic Village relatively recently because I went for a walk with a friend out in that part of town, and it's like they're everywhere. So in the summer, they're great. People love them. In the winter, people still use them, but they're 1,000 times worse because they're just the normal, like, fucking annoying ass scooters that you can't hear, but they also spray fucking water everywhere. They fucking spray water everywhere. So now, like, you've got the combination problem of people just leaving them places because they realize real quick that it's unpleasant as hell to ride a scooter in the rain. And the people who do are just dousing everybody on the walking with water. Like, fucking ride a bicycle. I don't know. It's damn. Check that thing off in your bingo cards. Blind rants about something nonsensical. It's like people want cheap, easy, moving about solutions without actually having to, you know, put any effort into pushing themselves, like on a bicycle. Also, like, what was it? Soaps posted this in general the other day. Yeah, this. An e-scooter? Maximum speed, 70 kilometers an hour, 44 miles an hour. What the fuck? And they're going to be riding that shit on the sidewalk. What the fucking fuck? Top speed should be like 20 kmh. Top, like, no question. Like, hold on, let me find you a thing. San Francisco. And don't even get me started on the fact that they are you know, a menace to society, as seen in San Francisco. Like, this is a common sight in cities that have a lot of these. Like, this is a common fucking sight. Like, this is my hatred for these things. Like, I've seen shit like this in LA and whatnot when I've gone to conventions. What have you started? I'm trying to cure what you've started before you buy one. Look at this shit. What the fucking fuck? Like, the hell? Not to mention then the battery's catching fire, and it's just... That's already faster than you ever went on them? Yeah. No, I mean, I when I was in San Diego in 2019, I definitely saw drunk kids on those things on the road almost die. Because they're just like riding fucking through the gas lamp district on these fucking scooters way too goddamn fast. So they just leave their own scooters in piles? No, these are rental scooters. These aren't their own scooters. These are rental scooters. But people's own scooters are even worse. Because those ones go way faster. I'm specifically ranting about rental scooters. We just fortunately don't have enough of them in Vancouver yet that they have that problem. Like, there's a few of them in some specific parts of town, but there's only a few of them. We have, you can go 100 on the highway, Frog for hire, but that's about the fastest. Piles of them, since they are allowed any company to deliver the scooter service here. Anarchy occurred. Also, Free has been possessed. Freeways, if you're lurking, your dwarven child is making an artifact. I will be very diligent to watch this one and not kill it. Anarchy occurred, and they are freaking everywhere. Yeah, absolutely. When you went to Gamescom in 2019, there was at least 100 of them standing outside, neatly organized. You were surprised? All it takes is one idiot to just, like, knock one over, and then you have a pile. All right. Claim day. Let me know when you got it, Stone. Ooh, 2 copper gauntlets. You see, but LaFonda, this is the problem, right? You want one that goes 23 kilometers an hour, right? You get one that goes 23 kilometers an hour. You wear a helmet. You obey all the rules. That's fine. How many people see you riding it per day? Let's say 1 in 20 decides they want one. They get the one that goes 70 kilometers an hour. They don't wear a helmet. You're a part of the problem. Do you understand? Actually, that's a pretty small one. It's like I totally understand the desire to want one. Like the first time I saw one, I was like, man, I want one of those. Those are cool. And then I started to realize the problems with them, and now I'm even more against them. We just need better public transit. We don't need fucking electric scooters everywhere. Like, fuck. We don't need them. You have a good day at work. Cheers, Satatas. Hope you had a good lunch. Thanks for swinging by, and thanks for the bits and the resub. Also, chat, I would like you guys to know that today is my best day so far this month. Because of that little hype train. Income-wise. Okay, we're going to keep following this child. Yes, you are. Because if you inspired them to get one, it's partially your fault. This is called a fad, right? One person gets it, and then other people see it, they want it, and they also get it. So when I almost get run over by some fucker on an electric bike in a park, and they're going way too fast around blind corners, I will think of you, LaFonda, and blame you in my head slightly. Even though you're completely unrelated and it's not your fault. But I will still think of you and blame you. Don't get an electric scooter. Sincerely, me. Just get a bike. Like a normal person. That's actually good for you. Scooter ain't good for you. Scooter just make you walk less. And that's not good for you. Walking less is bad. Walk more. Get a real scooter. At least that requires some effort. Anyway. I do kind of feel at this point that as a society, you know, we kind of our day-to-day interaction and our actions, then ride your fucking bike. God. Our day-to-day interactions and our habits do affect each other, right? If we all decide that we should talk a certain way, we will eventually talk a certain way, and it's called having an accent, right? It's just like if we all... Wow, that's a slow-ass human. If we all decide that acting a certain way is acceptable, we'll all eventually act that way. If we all decide that electric vehicles are good, people will buy more electric vehicles. If we all decide that electric scooters are good and the way of the future, everybody will end up with electric scooters. And if we go that route, then I will get hit on the sidewalk more often because assholes will be on the sidewalk with their fucking scooters. God. Pecan wood logs, schist, cut green glass gems. Schist, nice blocks, cut green glass gems. Alpaca wool cloth, and wolverine bone. That was indeed wood. Was it pecan? Yeah, pecan wood. A pecan wood log. Hell yeah. I like electric cars. Electric cars are nice and quiet, but they're nice and quiet and they stay on the fucking road. Your online handle. It's okay. I've been cursing at online handles since 2005. I will probably continue. First time here? Hi, first time here. How are you? I'm blind. I make bad jokes. But hi, Chris Nihilus. Welcome to the stream. I'm ranting about electric scooters because I think they're fucking stupid. And they hit me on the sidewalk. I literally say this as somebody who almost got hit by some asshole on an electric scooter, like, last time I went grocery shopping on Friday. I literally, this is my experience. As a visually impaired person, I hate electric scooters. Yep, and LaFonda is to blame. It's all your fault. Thanks for playing along with this, by the way. If you want me to shut the fuck up, I will. Speaking of sidewalks, I wish there were more of them. Speaking of bike lanes, I wish there were more of them. It's funny, like, where I live, it's like we either have exceptionally good bike lanes or horrendously bad bike lanes that are so goddamn bad that, well. A tin bar, really? All that for a tin bar? One tin bar. Man, they're sending their weaklings again. Jesus. Only a single tin bar. That's content? I don't know about that. It is certainly raising my anxiety levels. Just one tin bar. A guy named Tin walks into a bar. Just LaFonda, remember, you are literally paying me to rant at you. Currently. What you painting? I don't know if I should be offended or not that you're calling me a smaller stream. I'll have you know I'm a Twitch partner who's been on the front page of Twitch 7 times. I had 15,000 concurrent viewers once, and I do this full time for a living. So yeah, slightly offended that you called me a small stream. No, you're not. If you were sorry about the anxiety, you wouldn't get an electric scooter. Free, the Dwarven Child has created Stockuk Nunkor, a Wolverine bone hatch cover. Woo! And claims it as an heirloom in the name of the family ancestor, Shem Clasp Fainted. I'm going to put that in the tavern. Until I need it. It's worth 13,200. This is a Wolverine bone hatch cover. All crafter ship is of the highest quality. It is encrusted with cushioned schist cabochons and encircled with square, brilliant cut glass gems. This object menaces with spikes of Wolverine bone and green glass. Nice and schist. On the item is an image of dwarves and goblins in alpaca wool. The dwarves are fighting with the goblins. The artwork relates to the attack of the invisible on the invisible fighting with the goblins. Wait, what? On the attack of the invisible dungeons of the remarkable ticks at rubber wraiths by the ignited creation in mid-spring of the year 16 during Arist Zoloth, the assault of combat. On the item is an image of Iteb Veiled Whip, the dwarf, and dwarves in Pecan Wood. Iteb Veiled Whip is surrounded by the dwarves. The artwork relates to the ascension of the dwarf Iteb Veiled Whip to the position of queen of the ignited creation of the year 1. Yeah, I don't know. I don't call myself a small streamer because a small stream is like 3 viewers. I'm actually like relatively large, I'll have you know. I'm kind of famous. I don't know. I've been doing this for 8 years, so. You know. I've been here for a bit. $1,880 times. I've actually done it more than that. But there's certain types of streams I don't count. Like, I don't count streams on other people's channels. It would probably be over 2,000 if I did. Wait, what? You haven't had internet for 8 years, Stone? Really? Holy shit, I thought I got internet late. I got internet in like 2006. Explain what to you? Why I don't count streams on other channels? I don't know. They don't feel real to me. They fake streams. I mean, it's probably a very simple answer, actually. It's probably money. Speaking of your bike that you're going to forget that you have because you're getting a fucking electric scooter. Needs chain oil? Oh, that's unfortunate. Maybe you should ride it instead of riding a scooter. Oh, dear. A priest, a monk, and a rabbit walk into a blood bank, and the clerk says, "What's your blood type?" And the rabbit says, "I'm probably a type O." Am I supposed to get that? I don't understand.
Let's take a lovely fruit, the tomato. Remove everything that's good from it, the seeds, the vitamins, the nutrients, everything that's good about it, and just jam it full of shit garbage shit sugar, and put it in a shit bottle that sounds like shit when you put it on your shit. It's shit! Stop eating ketchup!
I mean, I'm going to be sassy until you change your mind about getting an e-scooter. Because I hate e-scooters. Which means I have at least a year to convince you to not get an e-scooter. Kavish says, "I'm your liaison for the Mountain Gnomes. Let's discuss your situation." There is much to share. We've updated your maps. What requests do you have of our merchants? All the usual. Oh, the rabbit is a typo. Oh! 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 I mean, this reminds me of the good old-fashioned joke of, why can't you hear a pterodactyl pee? It's because the P is silent. Yes, but I will be specifically sassy at you until you decide not to get an electric scooter. Kavish says, farewell, Simplex. I look forward to our meeting next year. Our fortunes rise and fall together. But more accurately, what'll actually happen is you'll decide not to watch me anymore because I keep harassing you about getting an electric scooter like a meanie. Yeah. But, you know. In before we have a similar to the ketchup rant, but electric scooter rant. It's something that you could live with because it's funny and kind of irrelevant. It's like, is it really a bad thing that you're gonna get an electric scooter? Nah. Am I gonna make fun of you and complain about it? Yeah. I can't get rid of you that easily. Oh, I can. There's a ban button right there. I could get rid of you real easy if I wanted to, but I don't wanna. Because this is giving me entertainment too. And hopefully at least one other person watching this stream right now. Oh, hi, Jess. What's up? What's up, old guy? Wolchbot. Hello. Hello. Jess, hello. Infinity. Hello. You're still my mayor, Infinity. You're demanding stuff I can't make again. It kind of sucks. How's, RimWorld, Religious Edition? Yeah, see, Infinity, you want to find pewter bed? I can't make find pewter beds. That's not possible in the video game. No. I dropped 269, which is actually the exact number of years this fort has been running. I dropped 269 frames, which is the exact number of... But 1.3 is nifty? Oh, I thought that there was, like, preview stuff in there. Anyway, I hope that 1.3 has been fun. I won't ban LaFonda. Why would I do that? I was just wanting to point out the fact that I could get rid of her real easily if I really wanted to. But anyway, if you guys don't know, you should watch Jess. She's part of my stream team. She's fantastic. She's trying to get partnered. Got to get her that check mark. She'll get it eventually. Probably when Ideology comes out, actually. Which is a thing I won't be playing because I don't want to play RimWorld. But you guys can watch her play RimWorld. It's all good. You can be demandy. We'll just disappoint you. So, it's fine. As long as you don't arrest my dwarves for not succumbing to your demands. We're good. You're laughing so hard right now. At least somebody is. I'm just mad that you're getting an electric scooter. Also, okay, so, chat. A little bit of history here. I have a vendetta against electric scooters because... If you just type it, if you go to Google and type an electric scooter pile, this is an extremely common sight in cities with a lot of electric scooters, especially rental electric scooters. Big old piles, blocking sidewalks, being a mess, you know, just like, this is what happens when there's a lot of rental scooters around. Even when they're, like, standing up nicely, this happens, right? Now, LaFonda thinks that it's a good idea to get an electric scooter and thus inspire more rental companies like this to bring more of these around and also inspire more idiots to die in traffic. So it is of my opinion that it is an absolutely terrible idea to promote the use of electric scooters. Now that everybody's caught up, I'm going to make fun of LaFonda every single time she brings up getting an electric scooter for wanting to get an electric scooter. Also, as somebody who is legally blind, I have to walk on sidewalks. You're supposed to ride those on the fucking road, right? Nobody rides them on the road. They all ride them on the sidewalk. And I can't hear them because they are they're perfectly silent. They are completely silent. So I'll just be like walking along and this like, boom, asshole on a scooter. Damn near takes me out. It's ridiculous. Those things go 70 kilometers an hour. God. Also, to rent them, you need a driver's license, which means if I were to rent one, I would need a driver's license. And as a legally blind person, I can't do that. So they're not even remotely helpful to me. They literally do nothing but make my life abjectly worse. Well, here's the thing, right? Those are rental ones, Bastet. Those are rental ones. So when they take them to the destination, they can't take them with them. So they just leave them. And then they go find another one later and take it elsewhere. And probably just leave the initial one where it was. So yes, I am on a mission to dissuade everybody from getting electric devices like that. Don't even get me started about people with electric skateboards and people with electric bicycles and people with... Electric Bicycle is my new synthwave band name, by the way. But like, don't even get me started on all those problems. Anyway, hi Raiders. I'm blind. Welcome to my stream. This is normal. What's wrong with electric bicycles? They're silent, and they go really goddamn fast, and assholes ride them on the sidewalk. That's what's wrong with electric bicycles. So ride a goddamn normal-ass bicycle. Sheesh. And then it inspires rental companies to bring in rental stuff, and then I show you, again, Exhibit A, all of the images of the piles of electric scooters and bikes and stuff piled up. Yes, but they don't go 70 kilometers an hour on the sidewalk. Right? Last year, I literally almost got hit by an asshole on a electric bicycle in a park with blind corners, riding on these like little trails in the forest. So I'm, walking, and then boom, this guy just flies past me, yelling at me, calling me an asshole. Yes, and then that's noise pollution, which is so much better than Exhibit A, right? Because everybody, that's what we all need, right? Disturbed Puppy is more noise pollution. Yes, but at least that's somebody trying to, get some exercise. Wolchbot. Yeah, because I totally want more noise pollution in my parks, right, Murphys? Only has to be loud enough to hear it? Bullshit. There is nothing good about stupid fucking electric bikes and scooters. Just ride a normal goddamn bike like a normal person and get some exercise. Hate those things so goddamn much. And I'm not going to stop hating them, just to be clear. Like, you guys can throw all your arguments and all your reasonings. No. Absolutely not. Fuck those stupid things. They're a menace to society. Like, we, as a society, should be investing in better public transit, not investing in bringing more plastic that's going to end up in a landfill when someone breaks it anyway. It's not like those things are well made. Those people will have them for a few years, they'll get bored of them, and then they'll throw them out. They'll end up in a landfill like everything else. Like, it's not like it's helping anything. It's actively just making stuff worse. Also, shit. It's good to see Cyrolite getting happier. What was that book called? Oh, you're also reading Practicing Surgery Might Help. I mean, I don't know about you, but I'm having fun, Rubicon. So, also, not much of a party goer myself, to be honest. I read that insult, and I appreciate it. Thank you. Need to check something. Did I ever get finished? But, I still maintain my opinion that anything that makes walking on a sidewalk more difficult is a menace to society, and everybody rides them on the goddamn sidewalks. But if you'd like to change the subject, instead of being an ass to me, Rubicon, you could change the subject. Just saying I bet you're fun at parties. Does what exactly? Bikes are traffic. I'm not a huge fan of bikes, but at least I can say that someone riding a bike is trying to get exercise and not blocking the sidewalk generally. Because generally people riding bikes are, the very least, on the bike lane and wearing a helmet usually. Whereas people on electric scooters and electric bikes are generally just lazy yahoos that just want to get somewhere quickly. It's all about intention of what you're trying to do. See, here's the thing, right? And this is why I don't mind people who ride bikes, right? Because people who are riding bikes know the rules of the road generally, Tinian, and are generally going to wear a helmet, stay on the road, and not crash into me. But someone who gets an electric e-bike that can go really freaking fast, or a scooter, aren't trying to get exercise. They aren't caring about obeying the rules. Every single electric bike I've seen in the last 6 months in my area has been on the sidewalk and not on the road. Often on the wrong side of the road, too. I'd be totally okay with these things if they needed to maybe take a class, for example, or get a license to ride one of these things. But they don't. So you have motorized vehicles on the sidewalk, majority of the time. Sure, fair enough, Wild Peak. Doesn't change the fact they're a menace to society here. So, like, if you could come up with some way to put them through a course, make them learn the rules of the road, or get fined, I'd be okay. People, not the items? Yes, but remove the items and then people can't be a problem. I just want to walk to the grocery store without risk of getting hit by a bike. Oh, it's all good. Cell phone. I kind of forgot about that. It's all good. Don't worry about it. It's all good. Well, I'm still not changing my opinions. But it's okay. I've already been told I'm fun at parties, which means I get it. I should shut up. Change the subject. Bad you, blind. Bad you. No, at the end of the day, I'm the problem. I should just stay inside and never know anybody. My favorite pastry? I don't think I've eaten a pastry in years, so I couldn't tell you. Time to name a troll? What? What do you mean time to name a troll, Spewer? Why do I hate pastries? I don't hate pastries. I just said I haven't eaten a pastry in years. What does that have to do with hating pastries? I'm a diabetic, so I have to carb count everything I eat and give myself insulin to eat things. So generally, high carb items, like sugary items or sweet items or dessert items, I just don't eat. For example, the only sweet item I've eaten in the past year and a half is a single slice of cake, which I had on my birthday. Wasn't even a large slice of cake. So why do I hate pastries? I don't know. Why doesn't my pancreas work? Why does everybody assume I hate things if I say I haven't had it in a very long time? Yeah, exactly, Stone. Exactly. Does people equal shit? Disturbed, or not disturbed, Slipknot. Yeah. Pulse of the Maggots is my favorite Slipknot song. I almost said Disturbed because your name is Disturbed Puppy. And so I was like, metal band, Disturbed. Nope. So if your name was Slipknot Puppy, I would have gotten there faster. Yes, those are green glass chairs and tables. Also, now I have Pulse of the Maggots stuck in my head. Great. I mean, although I just had Andrew WK in my head all day, so maybe maybe it's about time I swap it up for something else. Yes, they did do a cover of Sound of Silence, and I saw them perform that live in 2019. David Draymond doesn't get enough credit for his voice. Dude's got a great voice. I didn't mind it either. I don't generally like covers, but that was a good one. Just kind of monitoring these dwarves. What's real comfy? From the last thing that I read to what you wrote now, I'm assuming you're still talking about pastries. So pastries are real comfy and your butt's falling asleep. What are you even talking about? Oh, the green glass chairs and tables. Ah, okay. I'm sure they're not, but maybe they have pillows on them. We can imagine, I'm sure. These dwarves dancing. I told the story of the removal of Goffer II from the position of Dungeon Master of the Eternal Adventure of Time in the year 199. Such giddy. Beleg is giddy after telling the story of Goffer being removed from the position of Dungeon Master in this fortress. No, it's not good news. You want to know why it's not good news? It's the same reason that it's not good news that they are doing trials to try and do eyeball transplants in mice. It's not good news because it hasn't hit human trials yet and it's not relevant, right? So if I just sit here and fixate on every single possible thing that could maybe fix my disabilities in the next 10 years, I would be constantly depressed when they run out of funding and fail non-fucking stop constantly. No, it's not good news because I can't get it yet. And also, once it'll be just like pumps were, right? So the first 10 years pumps were out. My little sister couldn't get one here because they were $10,000 and then $300 a week to have them. Now they're covered, but you still have to pay for them. Same with continuous glucose monitors, which are now covered, but you still have to initially pay for them, which again are $450 a week. So no, I don't want your good news. And no, I don't care. Because I'm still worried about not dying tomorrow, let alone being okay in 10 years. It's not relevant. It literally isn't. So, congratulations. Doesn't matter. Because there's this thing that I would like to inform you about called just surviving from one day to the next. And nihilism. Like, yes, they could rip your pancreas out and put in an implant. It's not a fix. You just saying laser eye surgeries is adorable. That's so cute. It's not that it's so expensive that nobody talks about it. There is no laser eye surgery to fix what's wrong with my eyes. I have a deformed back of my eyes, and it's a problem with the retina. It's like, yes, they can fix the outside of the eyes. They can restructure the pupil. They can do lots of things with a laser. They can't fix a retina. I've had injections in the eyes, yeah. I've had those a couple times, actually. I've also had surgery on my eyes a couple of times. So, yeah, no, this is one of the reasons why I don't like getting solutions from Twitch chat, because it's like, yep, been there, done that, read that, got that, done, yep, been there, done that. You want to talk about injections in the eyeballs? You can see your vision ripple when they stick the needle in. It's fun. Like, literally, the world warps. The world warps. But no, I will be blind and probably dead before they come up with a cure for diabetes. Part of the reason why I'm so nihilistic about this shit. Actually, it is the reason I'm so nihilistic about this shit. Neil, thanks for those. Cheers, man. Simulate Mebin. Mebin. Which one's the Mebin? Do I not have a Mebin? I thought I did. Maybe I sold it. Might have sold it. Agua. Why are those forbidden? Makis. Nir, Zeller, Zugug, Lular, Shoshin. No, I don't have a Mebin. Thought I did. What were those made out of? Need to check. Maybe I should get one or two of those. Maybe I can't make them. Yeah, I can't make them. Well, rip. Must be a human instrument. Or an elven instrument. Or even a goblin instrument. And until there's a knife cutting into me and implanting it in me, it doesn't exist in my brain. Because otherwise, I would have gotten excited and hopeful about previous advancements in technology, which proved to do absolutely nothing for me. You know, for a while there, the University of Sydney, Australia, was working on full-on computerized, like little eyeball implants that would replace your pupil and the retina. Well, it caused infections in mice and made the mice die. Oh, good Lord. Freskins. Oh, good Lord. Are you playing Battletech? It's a good game. Ooh, rumors. What happened? Catan Wheelrang became the mayor of the Tomb of Planks. Well, rest in peace, Mathel. That or somehow they actually managed to get like a proper democracy going. One of the two. No other rumors going on? Interesting. The thing is, you know, when someone implies or references a disability, I always wonder why everybody's immediate option is, hey, is this a thing you've heard of? Because, like, I spend a lot of time talking to doctors. I spend a lot of time thinking about the things that are wrong with me and researching them. If I have something wrong with me that is slowly killing me, whatever that could possibly be, would it be not the normal thing to assume that the person has already researched it? At least, like, I get it. It's people trying to, like, empathize and, like, say nice things. But at the same time, it's like, I don't fully get it. Like, because this is kind of a relatively, this is the last 2 years of my life, right? The diabetes thing specifically. And, like, they've been working on full pancreas replacements for 20-odd years with little to no progress. Right? It's like, yes, there are pumps. There are full continuous glucose monitor setups. And there is a thing called an artificial pancreas, but it's all still external. Yes, they are in a few very niche cases experimenting with fully replacing somebody's pancreas with implants. But it's like, Sure, but you still have to get opened up to get fucking, like, vials put into you. Like, it's not as elegant a solution as you might be imagining. I don't understand why that's necessarily relevant. Yes, I am Canadian. Here, you want to know a remote place in Canada? Tell somebody that you know who's Canadian pie that you have a friend in Moose Jaw. I've been to Moose Jaw. They have a gas station and an A&W. I think that's it. Also a really crappy motel, which I've stayed in. The reason you brought it up is because there's a brand new research. Oh, there's been a brand new research every time you look into it for the past 20 years, dude. That's the thing. I think the better thing to do is like ask questions. It's better to when it comes to somebody and their disabilities, it's better to ask questions if you'd like to share opinions about things that they think are strange. Versus like I live in a world where every piece of food I eat I have to account for, count, and think about, and then give myself an injection to actually eat it. I live in a world where my eyes are degrading rapidly, and I will have no vision in the next 15 years. I live in a world, and no, it's not operable, and no, it's not fixable, and literally nothing could currently fix it with today's technology. But that's just something that I live with, right? So there was a recent time where I met, like, the topic of my eyes came up because of my username. And somebody asked me, they were like, here's a link to research where they're replacing eyes with bionics. I'm like, well, first off, wouldn't even help me because it's not a retina. Second, that was research from 2005. Third, it was shut down and never made it to human trials. It's like there are so many pieces of research like that. And it's like, I get it. Trying to empathize is one thing, but it's like, my life is my life. You don't necessarily need to empathize. And as somebody with extreme amounts of depression, I don't really care about if there's a cure for diabetes in 30 years, 20 years, 15 years. I don't. I just care about being alive next week. That's what I care about. So who cares? Really? Yeah, maybe in 50 years we'll have cyborgs with half of their internal organs replaced because all of our organs will be failing due to overpollution and the heating up of the world. Yeah, probably. Is that relevant? You're gonna go ride your e-scooter? Have a good time, Lurkin. Enjoy whatever you're gonna go play. But like that's kind of how I see it. That's my day to day, you know. I mean, is it necessarily happy, bright, and cheery and positive that people are used to on the internet? No. Does that matter? Yeah. If you don't like it, that's fine. There's plenty of people that don't like my streams. There's plenty of people that don't like me. I think both of those things are fine. But there are certain topics where I'm incredibly capable of being extremely hopeful, and then there are some where it's not how my brain works. Literally keeping an eye on the stress dwarves and the topic of stress. I don't understand why this one's stressed out. Self-pity's pretty bad. Embarrassed's pretty bad. But, like, there's dwarves everywhere. Go make friends, you weirdo. You're freaking married and you have a daughter. Wait, what? Oh, I read that as something else. Also, side note, why does everybody on the internet default to hating something? If someone says they don't like something, like like we're at a point on with the internet now where I feel like it's impossible to just not like something, you know? Like, do you know what I mean when I say that? Like, it honestly feels like we're at a point now where if someone says that they don't like something, they automatically hate it. And I don't really get that. Why is that? Like, I had someone 2 days ago ask me, I think it was, it would have been 2 days ago, because that's the last time I streamed. Somebody asked me recently why I don't like meat. I like meat. Meat's great. Just makes carb counting difficult because the fat in it has weird effects on my blood sugar sometimes. I love meat. Meat's great. I like a steak. It's like I like some meat every now and again, but like, man, I don't know. But that's a thing on the internet that I think will perplex me for a very long time that I will never figure out. People always assume the most extreme emotion as the preferable and default one. It'd help if I unpause the game. Sheesh. I mean, the internet isn't a strange place. The internet is a pretty normal place, actually. It's people that are strange. The internet doesn't assume anything because the internet doesn't think. The internet doesn't have intelligence. People who use the internet say things and assume things. I'm trying to think. What are things that I actually hate? Nazis. Stardew Valley. I don't. The Sims. Wasps' nests on my porch specifically. Ants in my house. And what are other things that I hate? I'm trying to think of things that I do actually like unironically hate. Burning my dinner. I don't hate jackasses who try to run me over on electric scooters. I'm just severely annoyed by it. In case you didn't notice, that was kind of an act to, you know, provide entertainment for people on the internet. What are things that I genuinely hate? COVID-19. Cold viruses. Mosquitoes. Yeah, The Sims, man. Jeez, Sims is so problematic. Trying to think. Like, what are things that I genuinely... Oh, a mumble rap. I genuinely hate mumble rap. Bad Country. Luke Bryan can suck a noodle. I hope it hits him in the eye on the way in. Yeah, that's about it. Things that I genuinely hate, unironically. I mean, I'm sure I could think of more things like racists and whatnot, but... Oh, anybody who flies the Confederate flag? People stealing food from... Yeah, that too. Yeah, Yep, thieves. Skin-eating viruses. I mean, now we're getting a little wider, but... I could just say, like, infectious diseases. How does that... Cancer. Fuck cancer. Genuinely hate cancer. It's taken too many of my friends away from me. Yeah, anyway. Like, I actually have to, like, stop and think about stuff I genuinely hate. What do I hate about The Sims? I mean, that's kind of a joke response, to be clear. What do I hate about The Sims? So, When I was little, I had an hour of screen time a day. And this was, Rita Rabbit, RuneScape, other games that I was playing. I don't know. But like when I was growing up, I had 1 hour of screen time per day, or an hour and a half if we decided to watch a movie. And for a very long period of time, I would, or however long the movie was, for a very long period of time, I would play my hour of whatever video game I was playing at the time. Age of Empires, StarCraft, maybe some educational games earlier on. And at some point, around the time Sims 2 came out, my little sister got her hands on a copy of The Sims 1. And she would also get an hour of video game time, and she would usually watch me during my hour of video game time. And sometimes I would watch her, but usually I didn't because she was usually playing like some fucking Barbie game or something. Once, out of boredom, I can't remember what I was playing at the time, but I decided to play The Sims for an hour. So I did. And this was right before my dad lost his job and had to go back to school and retrain. And so I played The Sims for an hour, and my little sister loved watching me play The Sims so much because I was way better at it than her. Because, I was older than her, so obviously I was better at video games than her. She was so entertained by watching me play The Sims, she wanted to watch me play The Sims the next day. So I said, fine. I had some fun with The Sims. It was okay. So for my hour of screen time the next day, I played The Sims. And then she threw a temper tantrum when I stopped playing The Sims. Because she wanted me to keep playing. And so we talked with my mom, and eventually we agreed that, because she watches me during her screen time, or during my screen time anyway, I could just have her screen time, and I could get 2 hours of screen time, but I had to play The Sims for that hour. So after a little humming and hawing and think, why did I make these out of the wrong material? What? So after some humming and hawing, I made my decision, and I played the Sims for her screen time as well as mine. Or not as well as mine. I'd play my game for an hour, and then I would play The Sims for an hour. This continued for a couple of weeks, and it was fine. And then I decided I didn't want to play The Sims anymore. And my dad was unemployed at this point and was talking about going back to school. And to be clear, I was 10. She must have been 7. This is early 2000s. I said no. So eventually she went back to playing The Sims, and I went back to playing my games. Fast forward about 8 months, my dad's back in school, retraining to having the career that he has now. This meant that, family with 3 kids in a house, my mom needed to go get a job. We were homeschooled, so we spent a lot of time either at home or being taken care of by my grandma or whatever we needed. And my mom worked pretty part-time, but she was still out of the house quite a bit. So it was me and my older sister, my little sister. We were a homeschooled family, so we weren't even in school during the day. It basically became the rule that when mom was home, we did school. When mom wasn't home, we played video games or went outside. Usually just played video games. And it got to the point where, because my little sister was pretty misbehaving at this point, if my grandma was taking care of us, I had to play Sims. Or I would get scolded because she would throw temper tantrums if The Sims wasn't being played. And because the screen time rule kind of got lifted at this point, I ended up just playing The Sims every day for 6 to 8 hours a day. And this went on for a couple of months. And initially I was kind of okay with it because it's I like playing video games. And then eventually I turned on it. And the rule kind of was you can have all the screen time you want as long as you play The Sims because it keeps your sister happy. Also, the Mayor Forgotten Man. God damn it, finally. I need to make 2 crowns and 2 ballista arrows. And eventually I got so fucking tired of playing The Sims that I just decided that I would rather not play the computer at all and not play The Sims anymore. And that's how it went. I eventually just stopped playing video games entirely outside of sneaking onto my Game Boy under the covers when I was supposed to be sleeping and definitely was not allowed to play video games. I just stopped playing computer games entirely. For probably about a year. because I would rather not play games than play The Sims. And to this day, I still maintain a genuine hatred for that game and series. And that's why I fucking hate The Sims. So, yeah, outside of that franchise seems fine. It's just not for me. I don't know who that is because I've never seen the Inspector Gadget cartoon, but I'll take your word for it. Also, I don't think you've ever seen my sister. It'd be kind of weird if you had, actually, Pi. Now it's hatred towards EA. It's evolved as I've grown up. Towards just a general dislike of EA games because I still fucking love the old SimCity games. And it's evolved now that I'm an adult into just a general boycott of EA games because of SimCity and their love of gambling mechanics as part of, like, you know, selling video games and whatnot. But you know, ironically, I've probably spent more time playing this one Fortress than I've ever played The Sims 1. But, you know, if it was Sims 2 or even The Sims 3, I probably would have been okay. Because The Sims 2 is, like, a much more replayable, creative, fun game than The Sims 1. Like, you got to remember that The Sims 1 was, like, one single perspective. The amount of interactions were extremely limited. And we didn't even have any DLC. I just had the base game. Like, we just had the base game disc. That was it. So, you know, if I had some DLC for it, or I guess expansions for it at the time, like if I had a couple expansions or maybe like something to make the game more interesting than just the base game, I probably would have continued liking it a lot longer. Oh, I mean, if I did evil things to the character, my little sister would cry, so I wasn't allowed to kill them or anything. But like, yeah, I probably did everything that you could do in base game Sims 1. Multiple times. Aside from kill them, obviously. Because then my little sister would cry. It's ironic that I've ended up playing video games for a living after that. I mean, Dwarf Fortress has a lot of different letters. And there was one time I managed to kill a bunch of animals in a row, and it was a, I think it was a bison, or it was a bee. It was either a bison or a bat or something. But it was a bee, a human, a troll, and a cave toad. So B-U-T-T, and then a snake died on the end, and it was an S. So they spelled butts because they all died in a row, and it was very funny. It's a violent version of The Sims, yeah, but with interesting interactions and depth, unlike The Sims. I would say that violent version of The Sims is actually RimWorld. It's The Sims with shotguns. That's why my older sister likes RimWorld. Dwarf Fortress is a world simulator. I would almost say that I feel like Dwarf Fortress probably has more in common with like God games, like Black and White, than The Sims. So, yeah. That's why I hate The Sims. One of the few things in this world that I genuinely hate. Oh, I hate Activision Blizzard for helping popularize loot boxes with Overwatch, and I also hate Supercell for really popularizing the concept in the first place. I wonder if I could extend that to Zynga. I can't remember if Farmville had loot boxes in it. I don't think Farmville did have gambling mechanics in it, though. I think it was just like, pay this money to speed up time. But I don't know. You know, it's kind of a weird mess of things. Also, I'm kind of a weird person, so I mean would make sense that my life is affected by a weird mess of things.
This is madness! Madness. This is
Zeus when? I'll play Pharaoh when that remaster comes out.
Eat.
I will absolutely play Pharaoh when that remaster comes out. And that remaster looks beautiful. Because to those of you who haven't seen that remaster of Pharaoh that's coming. Pharaoh. Look at this. First off, those animated cutscenes. I can't wait for this fucking game. It just looks so beautiful. Everything about this. Like, now, when you say Korg, I think of the synthesizer brand Korg. So, no, probably not. Like, look at this shit. Oh my god, I cannot wait. Like, it looks so good. It's absolutely gorgeous. I need it. Gimme. Supposedly it's built on the same code base as the original too. You know, it's been a long time since I played Pharaoh. So I can't remember. I feel like the 7 Plagues were like a event that could happen, wasn't it? Like there was certain points in the game where the plagues could happen. But I don't know. I hope that game is good, and then I hope that we get remakes of Zeus and Poseidon and all those games. And Caesar. Because those games are also beautiful. Locusts swarm in a blood river. Yeah, I mean, that's just called Tuesday in Egypt, right? I've seen The Prince of Egypt. I know how this ends. I want to say a few of them have. But, there's ways to make those work. Remember your parents visiting you for a few days and they dragged you along? And they had The Sims on their computer and they forced you to play it? You're starting it up, and so you just started it up and unplugged the. Wait, hold. What do you mean by they made you play it and you unplugged the mouse and keyboard? I don't get it. Wait, so you had to just sit there and watch The Sims walk around? I don't understand. I'm so confused. Other games I still like from back in those days that I played quite a bit during my screen time that are not The Sims. Roller Coaster Tycoon. Still like Roller Coaster Tycoon. Zoo Tycoon. That game's still okay. It's not great, but it's okay. I even played Mall Tycoon. That game was bad. I'm trying to think. What are some other games I played back then? Oh, yeah, Theme Park. Played Theme Park. Liked that game. That game was still good. Black and White, I played. That game was good. Trying to think. What are other games I played back then? ZC Please. You know it, man. Someone somewhere is still screaming ZC Please. In fact, if you watch a certain video documentary thingy about Roller Coaster Tycoon on the NoClip YouTube channel, you might see me and my creations every now and again. Oh, I played Dungeon Keeper 2. I never played Dungeon Keeper 1, though. I've had some people tell me to go back to Dungeon Keeper 1, and I've looked at it, and I don't... That's all I have to say. It's hum, ha, ha. An old mobile game called Idol Worship? Was that as in anime idols or different kind of idols? I mean, it's the one I played, so thus I would be inclined to agree with you, Freskins. I almost streamed Dungeon Keeper once. I like set it all up and like had it ready to go and like modded it so that it was widescreen and everything, and like used the fan-made texture packs to have like high quality textures and had it all set up, and I just didn't do it. I don't know why I didn't. You slap your minions? It's a great game. I mean, obviously it's a great game. Yeah, you slap people. They haven't made a new Dungeon Keeper since the mobile one. So I don't know what games you're referring to. But, no, I mean, like, if you want to play Dungeon Keeper now, the game that you should play actually isn't Dungeon Keeper. It's this one. Which I also need to play at some point. Just grabbing it for you real quickly. Wait, what? Is Keeper RL not on Steam anymore? What the fuck? Am I spelling it wrong? Oh yeah, it's still on Steam. What? Weird. Anyway, this is what you need to play if you want to play Dungeon Keeper now. Because it kind of is Dungeon Keeper, but you can also invade the dungeons. It's a little turn-based game. Base buildery thingy. But, yeah, this is what you should play. War for the Overworld? War for the Overworld's not very good. At least, every time I played it, it wasn't very good. And I did play it. I bought it on launch and played it. And I've never bought any of the DLC, but there's like... I mean, it came out in 2015. It's $32. People seem to like it. It does have very positive reviews now. But it also has like $46 in DLC. So, I mean, maybe War for the Overworld got good, but I don't know. I was very disappointed with every version I played of it. Every time I tried it. I tried it twice after launch, and both times. The combat wasn't good. Actually, that's not true. There is one thing that's really good about War for the Overworld, and that's they got the same voice actor as the announcer from Dungeon Keeper. Also, Vilker, what's up? It's good to see you. But yeah, Keeper RL is a neat thing. Say the Marauder with upgrade plus ACC, PPCs, and large lasers and a pilot with shot mastery is completely broken. Can confirm, yes. There's a lot of things in that game that are very broken. I will also say that I had like highest possible tier mechs get like one shot. Just insta-gib center core, just pop, dead. Sad days. Oh, another game I played a lot back in the day. Mech Warrior 2. That was a game I played a lot. My little sister wasn't allowed to watch that game, though. So I played it quite a bit for a little while there and then was not allowed to play it anymore because my mom realized that it was violent. I was allowed to play the Star Wars Dark Forces games in front of my little sister, though, because that was Star Wars. Even though there's literal just, like, killing people like crazy in that game. But, you know. It's Star Wars, so it's fine, right? Monster Hunter Living or Mech Warrior Living Legends. That's the Crytek mod, right? I think the fan-made Crytek thing. Because I installed it once, but couldn't actually get into a server. There was something with my connection. I guess. I don't know. But yeah, I did install it once and try it. It looks cool. I really would have liked to have played it, but I didn't. Because, like, that thing kind of is from the era of multiplayer games that don't quite work out of the box all the time. Even though you'd really like them to, you know what I mean? Just make sure those get done. Oh, shit. Well, okay, so we'll finish. I didn't realize that I fucked this up. This side is still full of stuff. I need to fix that. Finish digging this out first, though. I wouldn't, because there isn't really anything like that in MechWarrior. I just want MechWarrior 5 Mercenaries to be better. I would like everybody to know that Evil Trick, the child, is fighting with a kangaroo. So, just thought you should know that. MechWarrior 5 is good, but MechWarrior 5 is what I would say about MechWarrior 5 earlier. MechWarrior 5 is like a 7 out of 10, which is totally acceptable. What if it was like an 11 out of 10, you know? Right? You know what I mean? Like, it's pretty good. It's pretty good. It's real fun stomping around in that game. It's real fun blowing stuff up. The mechs look real good. But, like, all of the meat around the edges of the part where you actually play the game, it's okay. You know, like, it's not bad. Like, there's nothing that I could really pinpoint that I'd be like, this is wrong and you need to fix this. You know, it's not like a Cyberpunk situation where it's like, that's wrong and that's busted, that's busted, that's busted, that's busted, that's busted, that's busted, right? It's like, I really like playing this game, but man, this could be 1,000 times better. You know what I mean? And that's kind of how I feel about MechWarrior 5. It's like, I like MechWarrior 5. I enjoy playing MechWarrior 5. But I don't know if I'd necessarily recommend MechWarrior 5. For the exact same reason that I really enjoy playing Hunter Call of the Wild. Would I say that Hunter Call of the Wild is a good game? I mean, it's okay. There's parts of it that are great. But there's also parts of it that are like, yeah, you know what I mean? Like, it's like, this could have been incredible. Instead, it's just okay. So that's kind of, I guess, my take on that. You tried to play some old games and realized that you don't miss the game alone, but how the game felt? Yeah, no, that's a lot of the reasons why I don't go back to a lot of old games that often, is because, like, I miss the times more than I miss the game itself, if that makes any sense. But there's a lot of wasted potential. I never really played any of the Dragon Age games. I played the demo for Dragon Age 1. I've got a few things, Valker. I've got a few things. I'll be back. I just got to take a piss. I mean, the multiplayer DF question always ends the exact same way. Every time people ask him it, so I won't ask it. And the question answer is very simple. I am not interested in working on a multiplayer world. I do not know how to code in multiplayer games as I've never programmed them before. And it's not really, it doesn't really align with the goals of Dwarf Fortress. Also, modders have done some really cool things. That's basically what he says every time. Every time. Also, I also don't want multiplayer DF, so. There's 2 multiplayer mods for RimWorld. There's also like 4 multiplayer mods for Dwarf Fortress. So, and I can confirm Dwarf Fortress is less fun with friends. The fun of Dwarf Fortress is playing it and then telling friends. That's not concurrent multiplayer though. I don't consider that multiplayer. Like when I talk about, like, I'm not including succession forts because this conversation always goes this way. Someone always asks about succession forts. Succession forts aren't really multiplayer. It's sharing a save file. That's kind of a different thing. A lot of fun, kind of a different thing. What was I doing? One ballista arrow and 3 crowns. I'm doing 3 of both. Yeah, like hot potato forts. I don't think there's much more for me to read, but I'll read what I can. Oh, never mind, there's a bit. Yada 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 yada. Never mind, you guys have been busy. I haven't been that busy. Good boys are not fish. Simulation of realism can't realistically portray realism because realism is really real. Eggs are suitable breakfast. There we go. Caught up. Please add more words to the Discord story in the Discord room. Thanks. Smile. Is funner a word? I'm just curious. If it's not, that's fine. But a multiplayer would make more sense in Kenshi. To be fair. You don't think so? Neither do I. I was just kind of curious. I feel like I need to sneeze, but I haven't yet. I don't know. I don't believe that every game needs multiplayer. I never will believe that every game needs multiplayer. Not everything is better than multiplayer. So. That would, like, I think that goes back to what Tarn said. I don't know how to say her name. CYXTHTYCYXTHCYX. I have no idea how to say that. Tarn has stated he's not interested in making that kind of experience. That is not the goal of Dwarf Fortress. Would it be interesting? Possibly, but it would also be a completely different kind of game. And that kind of game already exists. It's called Minecraft. If you want a game where everybody plays their own dwarf, not to be a party pooper, but go play Minecraft. Like, that game literally exists. Go play it. Like, Dwarf Fortress doesn't need to fill that niche because Dwarf Fortress benefits adding systems and adding depth and adding more interesting things to the simulation, right? Dwarf Fortress doesn't really benefit from completely changing the concepts that make Dwarf Fortress unique and interesting. And adding multiplayer would quite literally completely change all of the concepts that make Dwarf Fortress fun and interesting. Dwarf Fortress has dwarf females. What makes you think Dwarf Fortress doesn't have that? Oh, you're supposed to say it like 6? Oh, is your name literally like 666? Because I... Okay. Okay. But, I mean, dwarves can wear many hats, so I guess... I guess it already is. 66-6. Okay. Gotcha. I understand now. But Craft the World is also a shallow, relatively uninteresting, mechanically dull game, right? It's like, now that you just say it's 6, I understand. So, thank you for clearing that up. You know, it's all about filling a niche, right? It's all about filling a need. Dwarf Fortress has a need that it fills. It doesn't need to fill somebody else's need. Other games have already provided that experience. Dwarf Fortress doesn't need to. It's kind of like when Tynan was saying that he didn't really want to add conveyor belts to RimWorld because Factorio already does that better. So why do you need to add conveyor belts to RimWorld when Factorio already does that? If that makes any sense? It's like, I don't know. And I do think that there is something to be said for, you know, if other games are already providing that experience and the game that you currently are playing doesn't need to. Because if every game just tries to provide every experience, then every game just becomes Star Citizen. Which, admittedly, Dwarf Fortress kind of has some similarities to already in, like, the amount of time that it's been in development, but... DF has a secret religion? What do you mean? DF has plenty of religion mechanics, if that's what you're saying. I don't know what you mean by secret religion. Unless you're saying that there's a religion based on Dwarf Fortress. I'm pretty sure there's not. We're not quite like Star Wars yet. We'll get there eventually, though, I'm sure. DF has religions. It has priests. It has, what's it called? Prophets. It has religions that follow specific gods with specific needs and desires. You can make temples. What are you talking about? Or are you talking about, like, worshiping the god of Armok? I'm not sure what you mean by, like, secret religion. Because, like, before there were religion updates, the dwarves could have gods that they would worship, but, like, Are you just talking about Armok? Like, I'm curious about what you're talking about. Also, the player of the game is not Armok, if that's what you're saying. The dwarves don't worship the player. The dwarves can name the player, but they can't worship it. The players are just a major source of questionable judgment on the long-term longevity of the fort. Did we all lose again? I think we all lost again. The retire message is fun. The fortress has exited a long-term period of questionable judgment. I mean, for a lot of players, maybe. I don't think I generally have questionable judgment. My dwarves are generally pretty happy with the place and seem to be totally okay, frankly, with my judgment. So, just like Freskins, it's like I feel like if you play the game really well, the game should actually just say, the dwarves are in fear as their grand leader leaves, and they suddenly don't know what to do. Instead of exiting a long period of time of questionable judgment. Also, today's stream has been fun. Good rants, good rambles, good discussions, good babbles. Cheers, everybody. Oh, also, I realize I can come across as a little bit abrasive at times. I don't really mean it. Generally, if I say something that you might, and if you see it and you think, man, he's just being mean, I'm just ribbing and poking fun. The vast majority of the time. But people be soft and don't fully get that. Living their lives while the game is off? I mean, think about this, right? How often do you blink? It's probably about what it's like, I would assume. Why doesn't somebody just make a perfectly top-down Minecraft mod and that would literally just be, like, about what multiplayer DF would turn into? As somebody who's literally played multiplayer Dwarf Fortress before with a friend, it's basically just playing Dwarf Fortress, but significantly higher amounts of lag and, like, disagreeing where to build stuff. Yeah, I've read about that, Frog for Hire. Your brain, like, leaves the image there, so it seems like the blink is even shorter. And you remember it. There we go. We fixed the problem that we had. Took a little bit, but we got her done. Which means now I can go back down here and go back to walling off. And continuing to make the giant glass tube bigger. Yeah, memory is a wild thing, isn't it? I actually once had a completely blind dwarf. They had both of their eyes bitten out by a creature. And they just crawled around. The dwarf just crawled around and was given water. It's kind of sad, but that dwarf stayed alive for a couple of weeks before the rest of the fort died in a rampage from goblins. Have you been here for this conversation, or are you just saying nonsensical things now? 66. Because the developer of Dwarf Fortress has literally stated many, many times in the past that he has absolutely no interest in working on any sort of multiplayer feature. And never will. So, why would you suddenly wonder if the Steam version is going to have multiplayer? Because it's not. Okay, well, I stated that earlier during this conversation while you were here and talking in the chat about the same subject, so. No, Dwarf Fortress Steam version is going to be exactly the same game as what I am currently playing, maybe with a balance change or so. And the only difference is it will have graphics and a new UX and a soundtrack. That's the only difference. The free version is going to have the same UI as the Steam version. The classic version, the free version that's on their website, which will remain free. It will have the same UI as the Steam version, except, I mean, the world map's already beautiful. What are you talking about? Except it won't have the sound effects or graphics. It'll just be ASCII. That doesn't surprise me at all, Tinian. I also don't dream, intentionally so, because when I do, like 80 to 90% of my dreams are nightmares. So thus, I ingest cannabis before I go to bed, usually, or inhale cannabis. So I don't dream. It's really nice. Keeps me away from the night terrors. I mean, if you're trying to wrap your head around something, wouldn't that kill you? Frog for hire? Do you not see the beauty in ASCII? It's already a beautiful world map. Every individual, unique world map in DF is beautiful. You're retroactively calling my current world map not beautiful, and I want to know that I am offended for my map, but also respect your opinion. Is to sleep during the day? Ha, 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 Kappa. Then it would just be day terrors. Or it would be like that video game Daymare that came out a while ago. I don't know if anybody remembers that, but that was... I remember seeing that pop up on Steam and being a top seller and being like, this is a really stupid name for a video game. Anyway, then I promptly forgot it existed and then only remembered now when you said that. Clocks? Why would I make a clock? What do you mean by clocks? I mean, I have a trap tunnel, sure. Do I use it? No, because we're not at war with anybody. This fortress has been running for 2,064 years. Or 264 years, not 2,000. Add an extra zero. Yeah, 264 years. We're going for 1,000 years. Yeah, we have a perfectly fun. I mean, I guess like in theory you might be talking about a vampire computer, but I don't. You can't really do that without DFhack. Does this game get harder as time passes? I mean, yeah, in some ways. Other ways, no. This isn't a challenge about difficulty, really. It's a challenge about organization and time management. There's never really a point where Dwarf Fortress becomes difficult if you know what you're doing. Dwarf Fortress isn't a hard game. It's actually an exceptionally easy game. Even if you play in the hardest biomes and aggravate every single enemy, if you know what you're doing, you can not die. It's actually an extremely easy game. To make timed things happen? I have no idea what you're talking about, and I've played this game for thousands of hours. Yeah, you're gonna have to be a lot more specific. Dwarf Fortress is a story generator, not a crappy wave defense game with some base building elements. I don't know what game I could possibly be referring to. Madman. Yeah, from version 0.34. Why would I build a repeater? What benefit would that give the fort? Question mark. Well, what benefit? I repeat the same question. What benefit does that give the fort? Exactly. Yeah, exactly. Automate what? Yeah, I mean, I'm not building a DF computer. Like, I'm looking at the logic terminals. Like, you're talking about vampire computers. I've never called them repeaters. I'm looking at the wiki page. It's like, why would I build a vampire computer? That's not the point of this fort. Well, how about this? If you want to keep a fortress alive for 1,000 years, I welcome you to, you know, do your best to set one of those up and have some fun. I do not care. Well, I mean, 66 isn't even talking about minecarts. They're talking about a repeater, which is a computer, which is not a minecart. Minecart routes are fine, but my dwarves have all the time in the world. Why not get some exercise hauling boulders? Quite literally, like, who cares? It's that simple. If you want to play the game that way, be my guest. I do not give a shit about automating stuff. I care more about which dwarf this dwarf is friends with than automating stuff. Like, following family trees and keeping stuff alive is way more interesting. You assume I'm mining a gate to hell? Where did I say that I was mining? When did I say that I was mining a gate to hell? You guys like to make a lot of assumptions that I hate everything, that I'm playing the game exactly the way you think people should play it, that I'm doing very specific things. You guys make a lot of assumptions. You'll get a lot further in life if you ask questions instead of simply making assumptions. Yeah, I hate Minecraft, computers, The Sims, and Nazis. This is a. we talked about this earlier, Canadian alligator. Come on. I'm actually just BJ Blazkowicz. Facts. Just waiting for someone to say the right activation words, and then I'm gonna triple wield shotguns somehow. One of them in my teeth. Your poor ego. You had an ego? I guess you set your ego stat too low in Caves of Cud. No, we're building a giant lava lamp. So how deep is it going to go? It's going to probably go to about layer 160 because that's probably where the lava is. I'm going to fill the thing up with lava. Yeah, it's not going to go to hell. Besides, there is no hell in Dwarf Fortress. There's just the weird other realm with glowy ground. And brutes. I've tried all of them, yeah. Don't see the point of them. They just make the game crashy. Or mind-numbingly fucking boring easy. Combination of the two. They either automate stuff too much for you, expose too much information for you, which makes it, like, give you an idea. Dwarf Therapist does a very good job giving you a lot of statistics about your dwarves, which makes it completely irrelevant to actually look at your dwarves or get to know them at all. It makes looking at this screen completely pointless. So I don't like it because it pushes me away from getting to know my individual dwarves and looking at their thoughts and like interpreting how much stress they have based on how many stressful situations they've been in recently, and it removes a lot of the potential storytelling for me. I play this game sort of like single player D&D, so to me it's like the dwarves are generating a story and I'm here interacting with it loosely and guiding them in a direction that I see as enjoyable or entertaining. I don't see hyper min-maxing and building everything automated as gameplay that I find enjoyable. I find interpreting the stories that are generated by the dwarves themselves as entertaining and enjoyable. If I wanted to play a fortress base building game, I would play not DF. I'm here because I enjoy the interactions between the critters and the storytelling potential. Oh, gate to hell. Well, I mean, that's my front door. For hire, in that case. I actually have an install of DF Hack, not for this current version, but for the most recent version that I will sometimes launch save files that I'm perplexed with something about, just to check stuff, but I use it as like an external diagnostics tool, but I never run it simultaneously with my forts. And the reason I do that is because, like I said, I find it makes the game too easy. It removes a lot of the enjoyment for me. But this particular fortress is more or less self-sustaining when there's minimal risks to the fortress itself. So it's essentially just like a soap opera of, oh, this happens. Or this dwarf hooked up with this dwarf. This dwarf was really depressed at the beginning of today and then broke something. And then we put him in prison for a whole day and then, or for a whole like 3 months. And now he's not depressed, or she's not depressed at all. She's a very happy dwarf now. 32 years old and right as rain, although still is gripped by crippling shyness, which is awful and never fails to seek out the most stressful and even dangerous situations, which is awful because she doesn't handle stress well. So, I would argue that this dwarf is probably going to get depressed again and is probably still fucked, but it's still nice to, you know, have them back for a bit until they inevitably lose their noggin and go nuts again when we throw them in prison. Or like the one dwarf who, her husband was sentenced to death after he tantrumed, unfortunately, and then was killed. And shortly after that, then, the mayor at the time who sentenced that dwarf to death instantly married her. So her husband was sentenced to death, and then the mayor who sentenced that dwarf to death immediately marries her and then has 3 kids with her before he dies 4 years later of old age. And she was like not even half his age, which is like kind of incredible actually when you think about it. It's like, man, your husband gets sentenced to death and then you immediately go and fuck the mayor. I mean, come on. Like, that's gotta be a plot. Someone's plotting there. And that's what I find entertaining in DF. And a cat died of old age. And many tears were shed. Can I get some Fs to pay respects for the poor kitty? And we are now in the year 270, meaning the fort is 265 years old. Longdeath. The humans have arrived to pay their tribute so that we don't fucking murder them. Generations and generations of fun little random tales and anecdotes. There you go, Stone, if you want to grab it. In relation to my personal enjoyment, I don't really have a favorite. They're all completely different. Kind of depends on the theme for the fortress. You know, the icy winters of the far north, the warm, scorching plains of the deserts. They're kind of different. But I don't really have a favorite. I do have a least favorite, though. I don't like evil biomes where it rains boogers or vomit or blood or anything. I'm not a big fan of the, yo, it's raining snot biomes. Could live without those. Or the spooky biomes that just kind of do nothing and everything's just dead. I wouldn't say I particularly have a favorite. It's more just I have a least favorite. What do you mean, like? I mean, it can already generate worlds with no dwarves in it at all. But that's a fair comment. I don't necessarily disagree. I think it'll still be called Dwarf Fort. It's still fitting to call it Dwarf Fortress, you know, when magic is out and we can just have weird fleshy creatures if you want. But it's still fitting to call it Dwarf Fortress because every single version of Dwarf Fortress ever is still available and freely downloadable, and you can just go grab them because they're all archived for all eternity, right? So nope. That is a bug from 6 years ago, which was fixed in like a week. Tenian? People still think it's the most recent version because nobody actually plays Dwarf Fortress. People just talk about it and echo the one interview that Tarn gave that year about cats because it's funny and memorable. Yeah, of course. Everybody heard about it like a week ago. You probably watched the no clip video, which hasn't helped perpetuate that rumor. No, the most recent weird bug that happened in Dwarf Fortress, and this actually is a recent bug, was from, February 2020, I think. They added mounts to the game. So Tarn added mounts, so you, in adventure mode specifically, you can tame horses or other large animals and ride them. They also added the ability to pet animals, including dogs, which is very important. But in adventure mode, you can tame and mount animals and ride them around. Well, the code for mounting animals had been in the game for a while. It was specifically for enemy AI. And the way it would work is if a horse was designated as an enemy, they would just attack you, right? So enemies could show up mounted on horses, and they would just move towards you and act like any normal raiders. The horses would come in through the entry tunnels and follow the other raiders, or the raiders would ride the horses until they got knocked off, and then they'd act normal and whatnot. Now, that's the way the mounting code used to work. And this code also worked for mothers and their babies, because when a mother would have a baby dwarf in Dwarf Fortress, she would then pick up the baby child and put it on her head, or on her shoulders, and then they'd walk around, right? And it was the same mounting code that was used for that. So infants would be put on their mother's backs, essentially, and the mother would walk around with them. This is all fine and dandy until they changed how the mount code worked. So instead of the mount having control, it's the player having control, right, for adventure mode. Now, Tarn remembered to swap it for the invading AI. So if you had enemy AI coming in on beak dogs or, undead horses or whatever the fuck they're riding, or giant wolves, or elves on undead crows, which I fought once. That was terrifying. They'll show up and they'll just, still walk towards you like they're supposed to, right? Now, the problem was he didn't switch it for mothers. So mothers have normal dwarf AI. Baby dwarf have baby AI. Baby AIs walk in random directions until I starve to death. So what would happen was mama dwarf have baby, put baby on head, mom gets baby AI instead of mom AI, and then mom wanders around in circles like a random zombie until she starves to death or falls off a tall ledge, which is very possible and will happen inevitably. So the only way to save them was You'd have to put them into their own section of the fortress and lock them in a tavern with lots of alcohol and food. Otherwise, they would starve to death. That was a fun 2 weeks. Or do what I did, which is go into the game files and turn on Dwarven contraception so that they can't have babies. Yeah, it took like a week. It was like 4 or 5 days, and there was a couple amusing posts. Why are the elves sending me so little stuff? So yeah, that's the recent DF bug, which was at the beginning of 2020. Not like 2015. And also, you know, the classic Dwarfen saying of how do you get an elephant out of a tree? You tell it to stand on a leaf and wait until fall. That's still a thing. Also, my favorite quote about Fortress from Tarn Adams ever. Do you know that you can fit 1,000 dragons in one tile if they all lie down? It's true. Not if they stand up, though. Then they don't fit. They have to be lying down. Really? I had that bug happen once, too, and that was amazing. I had a dwarf die on a mission, and they showed up in my fort as a ghost. And then they, like, grabbed a sword and went out on several missions before eventually just disappearing. That was awesome. That was a great Halloween fort. It was a haunted biome that I was into. We also had a dragon in that fort. That was a good fort. I liked that fort. But yeah, if someone else got that, that's also really cool. But maybe it was me that you're talking about. But yeah, I have recorded evidence of that on my YouTube channel. But yeah, most bugs like that you'll hear about in DF are all really old. Like the cats one was way back when they added fucking in like digestive systems and eyelids, which is like that's got to be like 2015. Yeah, December 2015. Eurogamer. Why Dwarf Fortress started killing cats. Also, it's a article by Chris Bratt, now founder of People Make Games. Fantastic contributor. Great dude. He contributes a whole lot to video game journalism. Also, just because I'm here. Shoutouts to People Make Games. There's a link. Just People Make Games on YouTube. All right, they brought us a donkey. Whoa! And a wolf. Thank you very much for subscribing at Tier 1. Now, I have a question. Was it the baby on moms, like, sapping their mother's life force until they die? Or was it the cats? Or was it just my beautiful face? Regardless, thank you very much for subscribing at Tier 1. Chat, can I get a big round of beers for the brand new subscription? I'm out of coffee. I'm sad. Good to have you around. Thanks for the support. Dwarf's off to go attend a meeting. A series of unfortunate events, one could say. Ooh, my copy of Raving Drooling has been shipped. This has been shipped. I bought this on pink vinyl. Looking forward to it. Look at that. Isn't that a sexy disc? It's a good looking thing. Looking forward to listening to that. If anybody wants a link, here's a link. Also, shout outs to the person who decided to become a patron on my Patreon. Because discuss toxicology. It's really neat when the dwarves all discuss the same thing around the same time. Because it means they're probably going to make a discovery soon. How's Spitalier doing? Better? A little better. A little better. But yeah, right now I've got a sale going on for the annual subscriptions on my Patreon. If anybody's interested in supporting the channel directly, maybe you'd like to buy some sound commands or just get your name in the credits of my YouTube videos. Currently, annual subscriptions are 16% off instead of the normal 5. It's a pretty big discount if you subscribe for a whole year. Obviously, that doesn't count for the month-to-month stuff. That's only if you decide to, for a whole year. But just letting you know. Just saying. I think it comes down to like $5.87 a month or something for the sound commands for a whole year. I think that's what it is. I'll probably do another one around Christmas too. You're going to head to bed? Well, you have a good night, Pie. Thanks for hanging out until 2 in the morning your time. It's really goddamn late. It's always good to have you around. Thanks for continuing to watch the stream. And not being that person who tells me that I seem like I would be fun at parties. Because I'll have you know, I don't go to parties very often. But when I do, I'm a lot of fun. I usually bring beer. Who doesn't like the guy that brings beer? Also, Jack Nurk wrote a book? Huh. I didn't know that. Jack Nurk the first, though, not Jack Nurk the second. Massive! I'll have you know that you're a woodcutter. A woodcrafter, actually. You didn't feel anything after being able... Wait, what? Why don't you go practice craft then, you weirdo? Oh, it's because I didn't give you any other crafting jobs. That would be why. Yep, Massive is still a living dwarf. You're 21 years old. Your sideburns are still clean-shaven. And you still dream of raising a family. But you never become angry. A strengthening after retching a miasma in the year 261. And you have an incredibly calm demeanor after being nauseated by the sun in 260. And you are impervious to the effects of stress after retching on miasma in the year 263. You actively avoid exciting or stressful situations. And you can be very happy and enthusiastic. And you often don't mind wearing something special now and again. You tend to be a bit stubborn in changing your mind about things. And you often feel envious of others. Still a living dwarf. Still doing just fine. Good to see you around. Welcome back. I hope you had a good vacation. Sounds similar to you as Tarn watching your life. I describe having a dwarf named after you's description read out like this. It's like getting your palm read. It's just general enough that it sounds like everybody, but also deep enough that it's convincing to be like you. You know what I mean? So it's kind of like one of those fallacies where it's like, well, it always feels like it's the same to me. Like when people read a dwarf that's named after me, I feel the exact same way. It's like, well, are you in my house? But it's not the case. It's just, you know, they're super general seeming, so they feel very convincing. At least, you know, that's my experience. Your results may vary. But Tarn might not be watching your life, unfortunately. However, you might be able to watch Tarn talk to me on this stream in 2 days. There's the announcement video. Just saying. Having Tarn on the stream in 2 days. Should be a bit of fun, I think. You ready? Are you? I'm not. I need to organize a lot of questions. Probably start that up tonight and get that done tomorrow. Yeah, no, exactly. There's a really good quote thing that Tarn said, or a neat thing that Tarn said about Dwarven Moods way back number of years ago at, I want to say Roguelike Celebration, I think was where he did the talk. And he said that, it was a talk about Dwarven personalities. You could look at it. It's up on YouTube. You could probably look it up. But he stated dwarves had awfully boring and uninteresting personalities. And then we added negative traits. When will that be occurring? 3 p.m. Pacific, so 2 hours ago. Because currently it's 5 p.m. Pacific. So 3 p.m. Pacific time. Feels pleasure near a wonderful table. It was if we hit 271 that it's 200 tributes, yeah, Stone? Or was that this year? Also, chat room, I just have to extend a massive thank you for today. Today's been a lot of fun. We've had good discussions. We've had some arguments. We've laughed. We've cried. Some dwarves have died. I said that just because it rhymed, not because it actually was really particularly relevant. But just thank you for the stream today. Today's been a fun stream. Ponder toxicology. See how you enjoy. You are content after pondering toxicology. That's good. 270? Well, we're in mid-spring. Anytime, Infinity. Well, except for Mondays and Fridays. My day's off, of course. Read Doubts About Reproduction. That book's title is not going to get old for a while. It's a recent book. Doubts About Reproduction. Such a weird name for a book. What exactly do you doubt about reproduction? Man, I feel like year 300 is getting weirdly close. It was like only 4 months ago that we hit year 200. Actually, I could look how long ago we hit year 200. I keep trying to drink out of my coffee cup, and I have no coffee. Sads. New World has a Steam page now, and you can pre-purchase it. I guess that means they're not canceling that game. For some reason, I thought that wasn't out for a lot longer. It's out on August 31st. Weird. You guys think New World's gonna do well? What do you think, chat? Because I don't know how I feel about that game. If it'll do well. The Amazon game, yeah. It's the Amazon MMO, New World. The Amazon MMO. Or the Amazon MMO. Whatever you prefer to call it. You think it's gonna flop? I mean, that's definitely a possibility. I don't know. I hope it doesn't flop, though. I have a feeling, based on what I've seen of it, that if it gains an audience, it's going to take a big, hearty chunk out of Black Desert Online. That's my feeling. If it does well, I think it's going to occupy a similar scale and space to that game. So, you know, less of a like Final Fantasy, World of Warcraft, like S tier, and more like a B tier MMO, if that makes sense, like scale and size wise. Because like that Crowfall came out recently, and that game seems to be doing just fine. And like there's plenty of like smaller-ish MMOs that like come out and do all right, but like I guess kind of the question at that point is Amazon just gonna shut it down, or I don't know. I don't even know what Mortal Online 2 is. I've never even heard of that. Never even heard of that. They're meditating on jewels. Let's get some more of those rocks out of that. I mean, I don't like MMOs, so I doubt it's worth me checking out. But I'll check it out just so that I know what it is. So a game that I was told to check out by somebody in chat, can't remember who. I should give credit, but I honestly can't. That was on sale at the time, so I bought it, was this. Trying to decide what I want to do for an evening game today, and it might be that. Speaking of wah, what's up, audio? How you doing? How's things? You know, I'm trying real hard to make like an adios amigo joke. I'm trying to figure out how I would word it, but I can't. Because instead of saying adios amigo, it'd be like saying hello friend, because adios my amigo. Go on. I hope that today's day at work was okay. I hope it long but okay. Not like bad long, you know what I mean? Like good long. If that's possible. I got several like mildly stressed dwarves. Cost Lord's mildly stressed. But perhaps this dwarf seems to really like learning. I can make you a scholar. Not bad, just long. Getcha. Can relate to not bad, but long days at work. I need to sneeze. I think I need to dust in here. I forgot to mute my microphone. I'm very sorry. I need some water. I'll be back in a sec. Well, geez, I hope you have more mobile data than me, Orange, because if you don't, then that would only be enough mobile data for, like, maybe an hour. Not even. 30 minutes. On, like, the lowest possible quality. Fun fact, did you know that audio only on the Twitch mobile app uses more data than watching in the lowest possible video quality? I get you. Well, I hope that you are enjoying your the stream from your data. Yeah, really, audio. The reason it uses more data is because it's the highest possible audio quality. Whereas if you turn down the video quality, it also lowers the audio quality. Whereas if you are just streaming audio, it streams the same audio it streams source audio, which in most cases is higher quality and uses more data than watching lowest possible video quality. So, the more you know. It's always been that way, which is a questionable design, but I'm worth your data for a little bit. So what you doing that you're on data? Are you on the road, or? I'm thinking about playing a different game in a minute. So, swapping games. I kind of want to take a look at a game that somebody recommended. Truck stop? Ah, I get you. Can I ask where you're headed? Seems like a crappy truck stop, not gonna lie. North Carolina? Oh, geez. Are you actually working at the job now? Or are you still, like, in training? Solving the toilet paper shortage the Microsoft way? Delivering everybody a bidet? What's the Microsoft way of solving the toilet paper shortage? What? Also, there's still a toilet paper shortage? Last week of training? Oh, when do they start paying you? Hopefully soon. Oh, like a year late. Are you actually delivering toilet paper? I kind of thought you were joking. Not sure how the coverage is, though. Yeah, I know that you like to brag about how you have unlimited data every single time the concept of data is brought up. Yeah. Not everybody lives in Europe and has those privileges, my friend. You have a full trailer of toilet paper. Huh. The more you know. Time has come for you to stop being awake? Yeah. I mean, I'm probably going to hang out until summer starts and then we'll swap games. Everybody in Canada is jealous. Well, I mean, Freskins only talks about this because he knows how mad it makes me. So, you know. It's facts. Literally only does this because he likes seeing me get upset, sad, and frustrated. So, you know, it's nice to know that I have an audience that respects me and appreciates me and likes it when I'm, you know, not in a terrible mood and happy. It's real nice to know. Yeah, of course. Very nice to know. Thank you, Freskins, for caring about my feelings. As always. They wouldn't even give me that if I paid for it. I don't think that's a thing that you could legally do, Freskins. So, no. I would prefer you didn't send me a SIM card. Also, because, like, I'd never use, you know, more than 2 gigs of data a month, even though I get 8. Which is actually a pretty hefty plan for around here. 8 gigs of data is kind of a lot. Especially considering it's like 8 gigs of data on 4G. How about instead of sending me a SIM card, you just simply send me the $90 a month that I pay on my fucking credit card for my phone. Actually, no, I'm paying less than that, and I'm paying $74 now, I think, after taxes, because I got a better plan. I think it's $74. I don't know. They haven't charged me yet. This is correct, yes. Orange. But if I go over my limit, I have to pay $50 for another 8 gigs. So I would rather just not use my data. So the result is I literally never use my data for anything ever. Unless it's like, you know, checking Discord. So, yeah, I don't want you to send me a SIM card. But if you want to tip me, you can. It wouldn't change anything. I still wouldn't, you know, get more data on my phone because I don't really want more data on my phone. I got more than enough data on my phone. That being said, I do have 1500 up, 1500 down internet. So that's my bragging point, where I get to brag. So you know what I prefer that you did even more than, you know, brag and Freskins is that, you know, you don't just like nonchalantly brag humbly about how much data you get every single time the subject comes up. That would be much nicer than sending me a SIM card or sending me the money. Actually, it would, you know, like save me a lot of stress and unhappy feels. You know, that would be like the optimal outcome here is that you just, you know, realize that you are in a lucky part of the world to have excellent data and you know, just take a chill. Really? Did it cost you a shit ton of money? I did that once. I had no data for the rest of the month. Fortunately, my phone auto shut the data off when I ran out of data instead of charging me. Once when I was down in the States, and I had an international plan, but it didn't cover more. I think it covered 500 megabytes of data because this was like 2016. And at one point my data got turned on. I guess I just fumble thumbsed it, or I went to check something. I can't actually remember. And I forgot, and it updated an app. And it used what I had left and went over by, I think it was like 8 megabytes or something. Anyway, they charged me for, it was like 5 gigs of data or something. Yeah, it was like a $600 bill. Roughly. I ended up paying about $600 because I also had to call somebody at one point in Canada and I didn't have international calling. I could text. That was like it. That was like the one thing I could do for free. I could text for free, and I had 200, and I had several hundred megabytes of data. Yeah. Once went on a cruise, and he said the package covered it at no extra cost. I had it in writing. Oh, really? And they charged you and gave you a lot of extra costs, yeah? I know how this ends. Yeah, it was the first TwitchCon I went to that happened at audio. Turned out I didn't have it included and I racked up 100 grand. I'm calling bullshit because that seems like a wildly large number. I'm calling bullshit. That seems like an exaggeration. Like, if you said $4,000, I'd agree. I'd believe you, but $100,000? How many terabytes of data did you use? The fuck were you doing? Were you, like, just downloading... Were you fucking downloading Grand Theft Auto 5 tethered to your computer on repeat? Who the fuck goes on a 1-month cruise? The hell? That's whack. That is absolutely whack. Like I said, I'm calling slight bullshit exaggeration, but I believe that it was expensive. You can imagine it? I don't know. I feel like I'd need to see a photo of the bill to believe it, just because that is such a wildly big number. Would regularly find its way onto the news. I mean, in like 6 or 7 years ago, I had 200 megabytes of data, right? So... just for reference. That's what I had 6 or 7 years ago. But I don't know. That seems wild. Absolutely wild. Yeah, no, the highest bill I ever had was $600, and that was TwitchCon. Because my data was turned on for 30 minutes. Blug is the is a Linux head. This is true. Blug is a heavy Linux user. Not sure if he's here right now. Blug's been very lucky this summer. I know his account's logged in, but it's hard to say if he's actually here. And it is summertime. I mean, Freskins is also a Linux nut. Walnut, specifically. Got to do some stuff. We'll see you later, stupid. Thanks for hanging out. I think I'm going to swap games now, though. Because I would like to try a new game. Well, it's not new. New to me. I bought it on the Steam sale. So, it is now the year 270, early summer. We did 2 and a bit years, 2 years in a season. We had some babies and I killed one, which I feel bad about. We're up to still at 31 dwarves. And we named a couple other dwarves and we had some fun little bits happen. We had some good discussions. If you're here specifically for Dwarf Fort stuff, if you go over to my YouTube channel, we'll see you later, Orange. If you go over to my YouTube channel, you can get more Dwarf Fortress than you could reasonably watch in a lifetime, including every single VOD from Longdeath. And if you just want to watch DF live, is there anybody streaming DF right now? Captain A. Jones and Ben of Millennium is also streaming DF. So there's 2 people streaming DF that you could go watch if you'd like. But we're going to go check out something new, or like I said, new to me, called Death Crown. Wrong thing. I just typed in / marker, not exclamation point marker. Just gonna wait for the game to save in the background. Hello, Ren.